stop me rolling on. Sometimes feelings just too strong. God, I hope I understand. Love's like desert, bone dry land. Soon it'll rain down, set all up first. Whatever comes first, whatever comes. Yeah, soon it'll rain down. When all our sin wash in the river, it all begins. Path is broken, road is shut. The truth will hurt, no, the knife will cut. Lord, you know I've seen my share. Love's like desert, doesn't care. Soon there'll be shelter, sail in the sun. Sooner or later, finds everyone. Soon it'll rain down, black pointed knife, sticks in your heart like you've been stabbed in the back. Soon it'll rain down. Oh, my mama said. No one's country, no man's land. Doesn't matter to the dirt and sand. Unforgiven, sky to ground. Love's like desert, tracks you down. Soon there'll be shelter, shade in the sun. Sooner or later, finds everyone. Soon it'll rain down, pitch pointed black, sticks in your heart like you've been stabbed in the back. Sooner or later, oh, yeah, sooner or later. Oh dear, oh dear.
What a lovely audience. Would you like to say something about what a lovely audience?
Oh, getting a chance to appreciate things.
Great. This is live. This is actually live. Is this live or is this just a
Okay, let's do. So, love me like you used to.
What we didn't love me like you used to.
Oh well, are they going to start now?
No.
No?
No.
Well, they may
perhaps
start at
let's
any
say
moment.
so.
So,
Well, let's
one,
play.
two, oh, 1, 2, 3. Ah. Sally used to phone, left the number in a different phone. Calling all night till I gave in. She was waiting when I got back home. Oh, asking all kinds of questions, telling all kinds of lies. Sally was the kind of girl you miss, ever comes to goodbye. Darling, ain't hard to handle, sure seems hard to keep. Love me like you used to, love me like you used to. love me like you used to. Love me like you used to. Sally, oh, was always something you couldn't put your finger on. Trying all night to put up a fight, nothing that could write that wrong down. Oh, asking all kinds of questions, trying all kinds of lies. Sally, I'll turn you upside down, stood you up, down and around. Love, it ain't hard to find, it sure seems hard to keep. Love me like you used to, you love me like you used to. Well, you bought 2 brand new Mustang, one was a natural 65. You came along with yourself, my woman. You won't let me ride Mustang. Sally, now, baby, gotta keep us spinning around, keep it going now. Oh, you've been running all over town. Guess you better put your flat feet off the ground. Oh, put them down now. Well, all you want to do is roll around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you want to do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you want to do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you want to do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. One of these little mornings, gonna be wrapping those whipping eyes. Oh, whipping eyes.
They moody on me. They moody.
Well, all you want to do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you want to do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you want to do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. All you want to do is ride around, Sally. Ride, Sally, ride. One of these little mornings, I'm gonna be robbing those weeping Thank you very much. Follow that. I'm kidding. Oh, we keep playing. All right, okay. would you be right now without love? Well, I don't know Mrs. Jones, seen her down the track, left home with a family who won't be coming back without love. Where would you be right now without love? Ooh, yeah, the Illinois State Central cargo fishing line. Got to keep those trains a-coming, gotta be on time without love. Would you be right now without love? Got the Illinois State Central cargo pushing line. Got to keep those trains a-coming, gotta be on time without love. Oh, would you be right now without love? Without love, ooh, would you be right now? Except here in IE Tower, waiting for the startups to start up. Thank you very much.
We are Track Dogs. Thanks for having us. Thanks for being a lovely audience. We'll pass it on to the Venture Day.
Vamos, tranca.
This is my fourth Venture Day here at IE. For the past 3 editions, I experienced it from your perspective, sitting in the audience, watching as others took the stage. Different leaders, different ideas, and definitely different journeys. However, throughout the years, one thing has always remained constant, and that's the idea that every great business begins with someone bold enough to start. And today, that's exactly what we're here to celebrate. The very entrepreneurs ready to put risk in the pursuit of success. This is a place where innovators, investors, and founders come together to turn ambitious ideas into real companies. Welcome to IE Venture Day.
For months, these funders have been building, testing, pivoting, and turning ideas into real solutions. What you'll see today isn't theory, it's execution. And of course, AI is going to be part of the conversation. But this isn't just about the bluff idea of AI. It's technology that's actually creating impact, and founders who are building the next future. Hello, everyone. I'm Candelaria Abdala. I'm a master's in management student here at IE, and I'm very excited to be your host tonight, along with...
Hello, everyone. I'm Pedro Sánchez Rosei. I'm pursuing a bachelor in business administration, and I'm very excited to be your MC this evening, joined by...
Hi, everyone. I'm Henry Allen. I'm a bachelor in business administration student here at IE University, as well as a fellow at the IE Entrepreneurship Center. And we'll be guiding you through tonight's event. And now, to officially kick things off, it's an honor to welcome our opening speaker, the Senior Vice President of Strategy and Corporate Growth, as well as Chairman at the Center of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at IE University. Please join me in welcoming Juan José Gómez.
Thank you very much. Just a few words to thank to the many people who made this Venture Lab and Venture Day possible, and a couple of announcements. Okay, starting with the 400 students who joined a few months ago the Venture Lab, 97 teams which have made it to today. So please join me in a big hand for these teams who spent the last 3 months working on their ventures. Please. So not all of them out of the 97 teams could make the finals today. Only 12 teams, plus 12 runners-ups and 3 wildcards. Is that Maria? Do we know who we're going to call already? Do they know it? Okay. Okay. For those who couldn't make the finals today, let me tell you a story. Just a few weeks ago, I was in London and I had a coffee with Bernard Nieser. He's the founder of Busuu and the former CEO until 2022. So we both remember that back in 2010, Busuu didn't make the finals. But they didn't care much about it. They simply created their company. They raised some funds from faculty and friends, later from VCs. They grew the company. They made it profitable in a very early stage. And in 2022, they sold it for 500 million. So this is just to tell you that if you believe in what you're doing, don't let anyone change your mind. Pursue your objectives. In the last 10 years, IE alumni have raised 800 million on average for the last decade. Yes, if IE alumni was a European country, IE alumni could be among the top 15 in capital raise from VCs. And not all of them made the finals of Venture Day, but they all work, they all believe in their projects, and they are succeeding. And the 12 finalists, we are going to celebrate them tonight. We congratulate the finalists because they have accomplished something great, and because they are among the 10% best, according to the judgment of the jury and the faculty and the mentors who have been working with them. In the last winner of the last edition of the Venture Day is a company called Gota. They were just named by Poets and Quants as the most innovative company led by MBAs in the world just a few days ago. On this stage, I mean, not long ago. In this edition, let me check, how many of you are undergrads? Okay. 10 years ago, and half of the teams are led by undergrads. Half of the teams who made the finals tonight. 10 years ago was the first time that the undergrad team won the Venture Day. When Jorge Snura and Aiso Kant took the stage and they pitched before the investors, they had already secured investment for Taiba, the company they created, a 20 million valuation. Any of you had the chance to meet Jorge or Aisio in your programs in the Venture Lab? Okay. Jorge, I mean, two of them kept building. Jorge created later a esports company and a crypto asset management company. And he had really great exits from both of them. And Aisokant, 3 years ago, raised 100 million in a seed round for Poolside, the biggest until then. He's now in Silicon Valley, raising 2.5 billion at a valuation of 13 billion. This was on this stage 10 years ago as undergrads. I want to thank also to the mentors, to the investors who are taking this seriously, to all the team from the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at IE, and especially the fellows. We have 50 fellows working every day and making things happen, okay? 18 of them are graduating their programs and their fellowships in the coming months, from April to July. They are I don't want to forget any of them. Mario, Geoffroy, Diego, Juan Pablo, Maria, Luis Antonio, Liquita, Agostina won't go very far away, Ainhoa, Sara, Giacomo, Elisa, Manuela, Georgia, Dimitros, and Isabella. Thank you for your support. And the first announcement is that I'll make sure that we have a proper fellowship graduation for you. Okay? Maria will help me to organize it. Okay? We, just an hour ago, Carmen Corrais, where is Carmen? Carmen? Are you hiding from me? Carmen? Carmen? Carmen Corrais gave me the worst news possible. She told me that she's retiring after 44 years working at IE. 40 years working for the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Please give a big hand to Carmen Corrais. She is the memory of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. I hope that she will come back to these venture days, not as an employee, but as a member of the staff of the center, but as a friend, and I would say an honorary chair of the venture days. And last but not least, I want to show my gratitude to the soul of the center, who is Professor Paris Deletras. Paris. We created these venture days long ago. This is the 32 edition in Madrid. 32 edition. How many students have taken the Venture Lab, Paris? Thousands. Okay. Well, that's a big number. That's a big number. And this year, Paris has been especially busy because it is not just the Venture Lab. He launched the Search Funds Lab, the M&A Lab, and starting in September next year, the Venture Capital and Private Equity Lab, because there are many ways of getting involved in entrepreneurship, not only just starting up. Okay? And two more announcements. The first one is that next September, we will launch the first edition of Venture Lab in IE NYC, meaning that for the next Venture Day, just to let you know, we will connect with New York and we will have the Venture Day in live with New York, connecting the two ecosystems with investors and entrepreneurs from both sides of the Atlantic. And one more announcement, starting in January 2027, we are launching the Venture Lab in London. especially dedicated for undergrad students and to take advantage of one of the most vibrant startup ecosystems in Europe. So thank you very much to all of you who make possible Venture Lab and Venture Days. And let us start the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan Jose. Now it's time for our runner-up pitches. We started this journey in January with over 150 teams in the Venture Lab. And tonight, you're going to be seeing the very best of them. So a big round of applause to all the startups here tonight. To keep things exciting, this edition, we're also going to be randomly selecting 3 semifinalists to come on stage and pitch. Each team has 1 minute to present, and there's no Q&A this round. So let's give them our full attention and all of our energy. Without further ado, let's get started. Using AI and sensors to detect risks and help operators act faster, please welcome TrackSense AI.
Oh, thank you, everyone. This fits in my hand. It's so small. But what it really represents is preventing railway accidents from ever happening again. Today's railway systems are super connected. We have sensors, we have cameras, we even have wayside systems, but all of them operate in silos. What you really need and what operators really need is information that allows them to take decisions in real time. That's where TrackSense comes in. What we use is infuse all of the data from the sensors coming in. We create a singular risk profile. We feed it to our device that carries out at edge and node integration, provides real-time information, and guides operators. What we are doing is making sure that all railway accidents are prevented by being predictive or not just reactive. We've already received traction for a pilot from Riyadh PIF for port operations and also from the Indian Railways. TrackSense is making sure that no railway accident ever happens in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, TrackSense. Now, for our next pitch, turning screen-free puzzle play into a challenge of logic and creativity, please welcome Neurologica.
Neurologica is a screen-free, multiplayer logic puzzle designed for sustained mental engagement. Unlike traditional puzzles, Neurologica does not lose its difficulty after the first success. It has multiple valid solutions, which creates real replayability. In less than 3 months and with no external funding, we sold over 450 units, generating nearly $10,000 worth of revenue. This early traction validates both the product and the demand for screen-free cognitive entertainment. But what makes us scalable is what's behind it. Neurologica is powered by a proprietary combinatorial engine built entirely in-house. So we're not building a product. We're building a system that can continuously generate new intellectual property, license to manufacturers, and earn royalty on every unit sold. We are the engine behind an infinite library of puzzles, and you can become part of it. I'm Jimena Acevedo, and this is Neurologica.
Food has always brought people together, but what if it could also help us build lasting connections? Please welcome on stage Soul Table.
In 2023, the World Health Organization declared loneliness to be a major health concern. A concern so big, especially in young people and those who travel to a new country to make a life for themselves. Faced with a higher degree of social isolation and a level of apathy, it comes back to haunt them later in their lives. The reason being the ability to build connections becoming the strongest indicator of upward mobility. So we at Soul Table believe that belonging can't be left to chance. It has to be carefully facilitated over a shared meal led by a host who has the empathy to understand what a person is going through. A person who can invite the stories and conversations about their arrival, where they are from, their roots, the bridges, the connections they want to build, help them reflect and hopefully extend the invite to somebody else. When you have more than you need, you don't build higher fences. We build a longer table. Thank you.
Thank you, Soul Table. Most cacao production leaves producing countries as a raw commodity. This next venture is working to keep value and sustainability at its source. Please welcome Cura Cocoa.
Ugandan cocoa is one of the world's best kept premium secrets. Known for its tropical fruit and red berry notes, the beans belong to a fine flavor category. The $32 billion premium market is expanding, and specialty chocolate makers are seeking origins just like this. But here's the challenge. Without proper post-harvesting processes, much of the value is lost before the bean ever reaches the buyer. Kura bridges this gap. We source wet cocoa beans from farmers, manage fermentation, and deliver fully traceable cocoa beans to specialty chocolate buyers. We have a market opportunity with 46% growth in exports, and we have validated this with over 400 farmers, and we are shipping our first cocoa container this year, targeting $2.5 million in revenue by year 5. Hi, I'm Emma. I'm a proud daughter of Uganda, and alongside my co-founder Jasmine, a proud daughter of the diaspora, we're bringing this flavor to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Cura Cocoa. Well, we all know babies grow fast, but the list of things that parents need to take care of them grows even faster. The next venture is making the first year a lot simpler. Please welcome on stage, Beblu.
Let me ask you a question. Who do you think she is? You guessed it right. This is me holding a baby. My dream since I was little. But when I started researching what it actually cost to have one, I was shocked. Parents spend on first year around 10,000 euros on baby gear they use only for a few months and then try to resell it for almost nothing. That means wasted money, clutter at home, and stress about what to buy. Beblu solved this with a subscription. You subscribe, we deliver clean premium hospital-grade baby gear to your door, and when your baby grows, we swap it automatically. We already have paying customers and a referral network of clinics and influencers sending us families. Beblu, enjoy your baby, we handle the rest. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, and...
Esports moves fast. Keeping up with it often means checking 5 different platforms. Arena brings everything into one place. Welcome.
Welcome to the world of competitive video gaming. Today, the average esports fan follows more than 4 games across several platforms, and because of this, more than 70% of fans actually miss an important match or update that they care about. And the problem is not access, it's continuity. And because of that, we're building a platform which gives a competitive identity to the esports fan. No single platform today owns the competitive identity. And Arena looks to build a cross-game identity through which esports fans will have access to exactly what they want to watch, follow across their favorite teams, players, and tournaments, all within 60 seconds. So now, instead of jumping across different platforms, esports fans can log on to Arena and watch everything they've missed instantly, and more importantly, know what matters now. Arena uses a fragmented esports ecosystem and makes it a personalized, unified experience. So join us today to make, for the average video gamer, to follow their favorite content more efficiently. Thank you so much.
Okay, this year we had a record amount of outstanding startups in the Venture Lab. So now we are picking 2 random startups picked randomly by Christina, Associate Director of the Entrepreneurship Center, and they're given a chance to do the 1-minute pitch live here spontaneously. So.
Okay, so the first team is Entera Greenhouse.
Are they hiding?
¿Dónde? Ah, okay, vale.
Good.
Hey everyone. All right, so do you guys know what the top fear is of people globally? Nobody wants to say? Public speaking, this moment right here. So there are more than 400 million professionals who speak and work globally all around the world. However, when this moment like this right now comes, high stakes, cross-cultural, they're not able to translate their authority, which you hear my voice, their authority into confidence and clarity. And I've actually seen that. One of my students, despite being an accomplished leader at a top accounting firm, he would black out during his presentations. But after just one of our sessions, he was able to stand up, project his confidence, project his authority, and handle the Q&A with ease. So here at Entera Greenhouse, we use psychologically safe repetition to be able to help people communicate with clarity in moments when it matters. And then with that, I am Jasmine. I'm a lawyer, I'm a journalist, and I am ready to welcome you to the Greenhouse. Thank you.
That was an amazing spontaneous pitch. Well done. And now we will pick the second spontaneous pitch of the evening, live here on stage. This was great so far, by the way. Let's see.
Weave.
Weave. There they are.
We live in the most connected time in human history, and still we feel lonely, don't we? We swipe, we follow, we like, but do we really build real connections out of that, real friendships? That's exactly what the loneliness pandemic says. More connected than ever, more lonely than ever. And it's not that people don't want to build connections, it's that they're missing the infrastructure behind it. That's exactly why we build Weave. We do small curated meetups. For example, coffee meetups, wine tastings, runs, hikes, you name it. And we match 4 to 5 people together, and we match them on their shared interests. And we can also show that it works because we've had 500 organic signups, we've done 10 meetups so far, and we've collected 3,000 euros in revenue. And so we want to match people based on their interests, and we believe that the technology behind it will do it. Thank you.
Let's give another big round of applause to the both spontaneous pitchers, as they had no clue what was going on and they were picked randomly. And let's just celebrate them one more time, all of us. Thank you so much. We've just seen a lot of strong pitches, and we have a lot more to come. But here's the real question. What was happening on the other side of the table? Because while founders are presenting, investors are assessing. So let's zoom in on that perspective. Our 2 speakers are Patricia Pastor, founder of Next Tier Ventures, someone who has seen hundreds of pitches from the investor side of the table, and Maria Hernandez, executive director of the Entrepreneurship Center at IE University, working closely with founders around the world as they prepare for moments like this. So what actually makes a pitch land? Let's welcome Patricia and Maria on stage.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, the MCs and the runners-up. There's a great energy here tonight. And thank you, Patricia, for being our first speaker of the day, and for allowing me to interview you and to run into this conversation. So as Henry was saying today, we want to hear about what investors look for or want to listen to in a demo day. Juanjo was talking at the beginning about the capital raised by our alumni around the world. And my first question to you would be, when you go into a demo day, what are the key signals you're looking for when hearing the founder speech?
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. As general partners of AI Fund, we see more than 4,000 companies per year. And I see in 50 hours per week, in 15, 30 minutes, companies that are raising money. And it's difficult now for a fund to invest in the best companies, no? But finally, something that that is key for us is the irrational ambition, no, of the founders, because when you invest in AI today, it's very difficult to know what will the winners, no, of tomorrow, and we always say that the team is the 90%, no, of the election. But it's true that when we see people passionate, with motivation, with a vision, very clear vision, and they know very well the market, no, while they are building, that's something very specific, no. And for example, I have heard the first pitch of the founder of Glovo, no? And it was a pitch about a delivery company. They want to become the most important delivery company in the world. Now is in Spain. But 2 years after, when I heard his pitch, the most important is he was to deliver, to be a company delivered to reach every household in under 30 minutes. And that is something that I think that was the first vision. There was a winner, no? Than I want to be a delivery company. And that is the point, the differential value when you say something to the investors that changes everything, because we are always saying the very most common pitches, but it's something
That makes
that
stand.
change the key, no? And other example is when you heard the pitch of the first pitch of the Airbnb founders, and I think that only a few investors take care that at this moment in this year that was the crisis year and a very complicated macro moment in economic world. If you detect that a stranger will be sleeping in a house in another country, I think that maybe it's not approving your committee investment. No? But if you understand the macroeconomic moment and that people need money to survive at that macroeconomic moment, you say, maybe the solution is something that at this moment that is interesting to invest. No? And you need to explain your solution with something that changed everything that you are pitching at this moment. Not only the formulaic structure, no, that vision, mission, market, no, something that wake up the investors.
That stands out of the crowd. It's funny that you mentioned Globo, and I swear to you guys, this was not prepared, because Globo, I don't know if you know, but it's one of the 10 unicorns that came out of IE. But I want to actually go back to the point you were mentioning about the team, the attitude, their passion, because in this kind of events, there's always one line that tends to repeat, which is investors invest in people. Do you agree with that?
Sure. But finally, you become partners during the next 10 years of the life of the company, and you need to have feeling, you need to feel aligned with the vision of the company. But it's most important, I think, is that kind of founders, no, that you find they are unique because they are not only passionate, because passion and motivation is something very different. No? You can be passionate, but the motivation after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years decrease. No? And you need to have you need to acquire the reality that to build a company is something very, very, very complicated. And when, for example, we found a solo founder, it's not about that investors don't want to invest in a solo founder. It's because we know that the journey is complicated, and you will have a lot of reasons to leave the company in the future. Then if you have partners that can be with you at the bad moments, it's better if you are alone, for example.
Absolutely.
No? And after also, you have a lot of disappointed during the journey now between an investor and founders. It's normal because it's something that is yours, no? It's your company's. But you need to separate it. It's not your baby, it's your company.
Sure.
And you need to be faster, you need to be unique, and maybe this company is your first experience. But you need to know that maybe in the future is a window, come back you to another window. And this company, if it's something that is a failure in the future, it's not a problem, it's a learning.
Absolutely.
And you can build something better in the next company. And it's difficult to understand what is your first experience, but when we invest in first founders, it's something that we explain deeply with them.
And you were talking about complications and going back to the signals that you look for in a pitch. You listen to hundreds of pitches, not just for those first-time founders, but also for serial founders. What would you say are the most common mistakes they make when pitching?
Firstly, if I ask a founder, where do you see your company in the next 3 years? No, maybe they don't know the answer. But if you know the answer, that's you have the 90% of the check of a founder. Because you are build something that you have a vision. You want to taste something. You want to be disrupted. You want to grow faster and to be the leader because you have seen the future, no?
Mm-hmm.
And if you say no, this year I want to do that and I want to, no.
Not clear.
No, you are in innovation. You are in venture capital. You need to be innovator, disruptive, and to be a change maker, no? And that's very important. And the other thing is to have the power of the storytelling. Because it's not to be a robot, it's not to have the capacity to answer the questions that are always the same. It's to have a storytelling to integrate in the story what you are doing, what you want to be in the future, and what you want to do.
On storytelling, Borja will later on give us a short keynote for all the founders in the room. But you were mentioning a few things that you kind of like always look for in pitches or when hearing the pitch. But I'm sure there are things that you listen to constantly that you maybe think, well, for investors, from an investor point of view, that's actually not as important. Is there, this kind of slides or sections within a pitch deck that you tend to see in demo days that you're like, okay, from the investor point of view, I'd prefer you to talk about something else.
You need to know the audience that you have in front
exactly.
of. No? As an investor has a study about the startup has to study the investor. No? That kind of investor and talk with their portfolio and know better what kind of investor you are from us. No? And also it's very important that you are a seller. You are not an entrepreneur, you are a seller. You are selling every second that you are pitching. Mm-hmm. Then you don't need to have something very prepared because you need to pivot because if you are, your face is changing every moment that I'm talking to you. I need to know that maybe my pitch is not the best that convinces you, no? And I need to have the secret sauce to detect that what you need and what you want. And is when you are selling something, you are selling every second. Then you can prepare your pitch, you can have a lot of notions, a lot of data, but you need to know very well your audience, your market, your solution to talk everyone in different ways.
I think we're running out of time, but I wanted to ask you for one sentence or two sentences. That's one of the lessons you're giving the audience today. Know your audience. It's very important that you study who you talk to. What other lesson would you give them when they go out and pitch for investment?
Try to surprise. Try to surprise in every pitch. Don't try to have feedback about what works, what doesn't work, and try to be surprised entrepreneur.
So we hope the rest of the team surprise you and the rest of the jury today. Thank you so much, Patricia.
Thank
you, everyone.
Thank you, Patricia and Maria, for such an insightful conversation. Up next, we have 7 more runners-up, where 7 startups will pitch their venture in just 1 minute. So be sure to pay attention. For our next pitch, we have a startup that's building a brand around better snacking. See, healthy snacks are everywhere, but simple and natural ones are still hard to find. Please welcome on stage, Seche.
Healthy snacking is a €700 million market in Spain, and yet most healthy snacks are still ultra-processed. Séché is a premium freeze-dried fruit snack brand, delivering 100% real fruit in a convenient shelf-stable format. No preservatives and no additives. We combine structural advantages from sourcing in Egypt, where we have longer year-round fruit availability as well as a lower production cost of the product. We have validated the product through our initial launch in Egypt, where we sold 100,000 euros worth of product in only 4 months, as well as in the United States, where we have sold 120,000 euros in only 5 months. We are now launching in Spain by the end of March and are looking for a strategic partner to help us penetrate the Spanish market and the retail network. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Jana, and this is Seche.
Thank you, Seche. Psychedelic-assisted therapy is gaining attention worldwide, so preparation and education around it matter more than ever. The next venture helps people understand when they're ready. Please welcome on stage MycoMind.
What happens when you give drugs to someone who isn't ready? They die. Simple. We asked 10 therapists that we make sure that this never happens. All 10 paid on the spot. But why? When the patient walks in already battling depression, trauma, years of failed treatment, and the therapist has only medical sheet to go by, no knowledge of the previous education, tolerance to psychedelics, or exact dose they should give to avoid catastrophic medical repercussions. No way to assess psychological readiness, no structured preparation at all. They're guessing, they're losing money, and we are losing our minds. Presenting MycoMind, the world's first patient readiness platform, which before the session starts, educates your patients, assesses risks, screens for liabilities, and presents a complete picture for both patient and the therapist of what's going on and what needs to happen next. No one else is building it. However, we have a research partnership with UPenn, advisory board with over 20 therapists and PhDs, and we're raising $200,000 to get this into every clinic to save the next patient from falling through the cracks, because the first one already did. Like it or not, psychedelics renaissance is here, and it's time to set the safety standard. We're in MycoMind. Come find us.
Thank you. Next up, connecting people with shared night rides through on-demand vans, making getting home both safer and more affordable. Please welcome Beluca.
Have you ever felt scammed when paying 25 euros for a taxi just to come home safely at night? Because I did. More than 65% of our survey respondents agree that getting home at night in Madrid is either too expensive, uncomfortable, or unsafe. For this reason, we created Beluca, the first van pooling service right here in Madrid. The concept is very simple. First, you book the van. Then you go to one of our many virtual stops, a place real close to your favorite club or bar. You share the ride with other people to be then dropped off 3 minutes from your home. All of this is way cheaper than a taxi, yet safer and more comfortable than traditional public transport. Guys, Madrid nights are changing. Beluca, get home safe, pay less. Thank you.
Now for our next pitch, helping dog owners care for their pets through premium daycare and pickup services. Please welcome Nido.
So, I love my dog, but let's be honest. Dogs can be small children and they never grow up. They can't feed themselves, they can't schedule their own vet appointments, and they definitely cannot pick up their poop. We love them, but it's exhausting. And when I tried looking for help, it was even worse. Outdated operations, cramped facilities, and no system to track my dog's health. Spain's pet economy is worth 3.5 billion. The dog daycare market alone grows 10% each year. And yet the landscape is completely fragmented. No national player. That's why I'm building Nido, Spain's first national dog daycare services. All in one. Daycare, grooming, vet, training, and an AI system that tracks and automates everything. Better care for your dog and your peace of mind. And honestly, we did not invent the wheel. US giants like Doctopia have already proven the model. 1 to 1.5 million revenue per unit, 30 to 40% EBITDA to 150 plus locations across North America. And yet, we have something that they don't. Europe's density. More dogs per kilometer square, shorter routes, leads to stronger economies. We pilot in Valencia, move across Spain, and hopefully onto mainland Europe, where there's no national dog care service. Opportunity. This is an AI-enabled business in a care industry that technology can never replace. Thank you.
Athletes train their bodies every single day. The mind deserves the same kind of discipline. Let's welcome Mind Priority.
Have you ever outperformed yourself for sport? During my second Ironman, I abandoned at kilometers 30 of the marathon. Not because I wasn't physically ready, but because my mind failed after 13 hours of effort. I was mentally alone in the dark. And this is not only my story. It's the story of thousands of athletes. While 90% of them are aware of the mental training benefits, less than 10% have access to structured mental training tools or sports psychologists due to lack of financial means. That is why we created Mind Priority, the first mental training platform that provides personalized mental training routine and that perfectly integrates their physical training loads. And it is available at 5% of the cost of a one-to-one sports psychologist session. Already used by 100 athletes, from IROX to Ironman, our goal is simple: make mental training as scalable, personalized, and accessible as physical training to enhance the performance of all athletes. Thank you.
Women's wellness is evolving fast. Hormonal health is finally part of the conversation. Saha is building right there. Welcome on stage.
So, you're doing everything right, you're working out, you're eating healthy, you're following all the wellness trends, and instead of feeling great, your body does the complete opposite. You get sick, you gain weight, you develop acne, and so you go from doctor to doctor, and the only solution offered to you is medication. Well, that was my story. It's not mine alone. It's actually the reality of 40% of women who struggle with hormonal imbalance. Yet, despite the size of the problem, one of the most powerful regulators, nutrition, has been overlooked. And that's where Saha comes in. Saha is a functional protein bar designed for women, for each phase of a woman's cycle. 4 phases, 4 bars. Each bar comes with bite-sized nutrition tips that makes hormone-supportive eating easy, simple, and effortless. Did we just make cycle syncing as easy as grabbing a snack? Yes, we did. Our MVP is ready, and we're kicking off our testing with our first 15 women. So join us as we redefine women's health, one phase at a time.
I know you guys loved the last 2 spontaneous pitches. So let's do our final spontaneous pitch of the evening. And if we could get a drum roll, vibes. Okay, drum roll, like.
Okay, and the last startup chosen on the spot is Stride IQ.
Last year, my co-founder, Nico, lost his best performing competition jumping horse, Skandra. He lost her to colic because it was not detected on time, and that could have been prevented. And this is not an isolate case. 70% of sudden horse death involve undetected physiological changes. This is where Stride IQ comes in. We are building a wearable device for horses that monitors vital signs and biomechanics in real time. We are developing partnerships with vets and professionals in order to develop case studies at the moment. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and yet it still relies on visual detection and periodic vet visits. We are here to give actionable intelligence for trainers and owners. So join us with Stride IQ to make health management proactive.
Let's give a big round of applause to all of our runner-up teams for their incredible pitches tonight. Up next is someone who understands that growth isn't just about numbers, it's about narrative. Please welcome on stage Borja Vega, Director of Startup Grind Madrid, for the Founder Spotlight, Why Storytelling Wins Demo Days.
Gracias. Check. Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Borja Vega, and before I introduce myself, I would like to tell you a story because I received a call from Cristina, and she said, Borja, we know what you are doing with the Startup Grind, all the stories and things that you are doing with the Startup Grind here in Madrid, so we would like you to come and tell us those stories and how being a good storyteller can help you with your demo day, no? Pitching better ideas and get them more memorable. So I said, yes, I am in. I like the challenge. I said, hold on, Borja. You need to do that in the I Tower with hundreds of people. Yes, I am in. Don't worry. I said, no, but you need to do it in 6 minutes and also in English. I said, perfect. Now it's not a challenge for me. It's for you guys. You need to follow me with my English. So good luck. And I have a scan, so you can check my LinkedIn and check everything I have there. But the way that I like to introduce myself is like a Lego builder. In my career, I've been finding a lot of pieces. I've been a mentor, a professor. Now I am a storyteller as well. I am a small investor. So with all these pieces, I've been able to connect talent with opportunities, building better connections. I've been able to connect opportunities with investors, building better relationships, and then founders with great communities, so creating better stories. Then they say, OK, Borja, we talk about surprise and do things that make things more fun, memorable. So the way that I want you to look into storytelling to win demo days is not like a be charismatic, have better jokes. It's to make people believe about what you are saying. I love when Juan Jose mentioned that people here, they came and they didn't win, but they believe in a story, in a future that they were building, and now they are selling for hundreds of millions their startup. That is what, with the storytelling, we want to do, make people believe. I've been lucky enough to be in several demo days and listen to a lot of pitches. And one of the things that always think is that they want to sell you the best product. I think Patricia mentioned that you are a founder, you are always selling, but you need to sell a belief. You need to sell a future. And that is what I am going to try to teach you today, to be a storyteller, to create stories that sell the future you want to build with your startup. So I have the example of Globo. I promise this wasn't prepared. When I saw that Patricia mentioned this, Maria mentioned that it was the place that it was born, I love it. No? This kind of serendipity is something that I really like. So here, you will see that the storytelling has, as I mentioned with Lego, like I am a Lego builder, they have pieces that you can connect to always create stories that they are powerful, that people will believe in. For example, I wanted to bring some examples from Startup Grind, but here with Global, we can see that they talk about the world was shifting. People wanted to have things in less than 30 minutes at home. They have a pain that it was difficult because everything was really fragmented. There was a grown approach. Not everybody is doing that. Also, they were a different path, and they know how they win. No, they have better solutions. As you can see, a lot of you that they are pitching today, this is like your deck. No, you have the market, you have the problem, you have your competitors, you have the different features that you are selling, and also you have your reason why, no, your value proposition. So again, the idea is that you are not pitching a product. What you are doing is you are showing and explaining to these investors, to these people, that you are changing the world and you are making it better if they follow you. So now we are going to put the hat of a great detective, and we are going to find paths that every storyteller are using. They find a way that tell the people that the world is shifting. Spotify, they talk that music is becoming digital. Then they show that the old ways, they are breaking. Now with AI, everything is broken. No, we need to change. We need to find a new ways. For example, Netflix, they show how video stores, they were now not working anymore. And then you find a single or a simple insight. Uber, tap a button and get a ride. Cabify the same. And then you show that this new feature is appearing. Now we have the hat of a detective. We are going to change that hat for a storyteller. As a founder, you need to change constantly your hat. You are the CFO, you are the CMO, you are the CEO. And now you need to be also the chief storyteller? Yes. How many of you remember this movie, Ratatouille? Remember a rat? That it wasn't a rat, it was a chef. That happened with you guys. You are not just a founder. You are a visionary. You are a rebel. You are a change maker. You need to define who you are now that you are a founder and make people believe that of you. So it's going to be better for you to make memorable and more powerful stories. Yes, I would like to finish with this. Startups, they are not selling product anymore. They are not finding customers. What you are doing is creating studies that are looking for believers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Borja, for those amazing insights. We're now going to take a 20-minute coffee break. We'll see you back here shortly in 20 minutes.
All right, let's bring it back. I hope the coffee was strong and the conversations even stronger. We now move into the final stretch of the evening. This is where ideas turn into decisions, where momentum becomes recognition. To open this final phase, we have someone who has been at the center of building IE's venture ecosystem, shaping founders long before they step onto this very stage. Paris de Letras, Managing Director of Venture Lab at IE University. Paris, the stage is yours.
You know that I'm usually not at a loss for words, right? I'm in my comfort zone, as they say. So, as you can imagine, I have not prepared for this. But I want to really speak from the bottom of my heart in the sense of, the other day, I was in the elevator, leaving the tower, and I was just coming out of a class where there were BBA students, an elective, and this student said to me, "Professor, why are you still working?" And I looked at him and I thought, now he's either saying that I'm some idiot that should be at home or, I'm a lousy professor, but I knew that that's not what he was saying. And I asked him why. And he said, "You don't need to be working. Why are you still working? What's driving you?" And I thought to myself, what drives everybody? Why do we do what we do? I mean, look at you guys here. This is what I call a future-proof crowd. Do you know what future-proof means? That if you guys keep up with what you're doing now, if you keep, pushing yourselves with trying to succeed with these ideas, and a lot of you here don't have a startup here today, but after you leave from here, you're going to think, wow, maybe I should have a startup. If we continue to strive this way, do you think AI is going to replace us? No. This is future-proof. I mean, 2 years ago, some of you might have been here, Sam Altman said from OpenAI, he said, in the future, we're going to see unicorns of one. And that's slowly becoming a reality. And so one piece of advice for all of you here is make sure that before the end of the year or before the summer, that you've all built an agent, and that you've built an agent that goes away and does things by herself or himself, however you name your agent. But make sure you do that. So let's go back to this question. Why do we do what we do? Is it adrenaline? How many of you love adrenaline? How many of you love a little bit of stress? How many of you feel alive when you've got that adrenaline and that little bit of stress? Isn't the challenge of the chase, of going after the next opportunity, part of what keeps us going every day? I mean, it keeps me going. I'm going to turn 66 this Saturday. And I've got an office in Area 31. Have you seen my office in Area 31? I have been there for 16 years. And I've been offered offices in this building and that building, but I love that office. You know why? Because I love hanging out with you guys. Because I love that student that walks into my office with that, you can see in their eyes that they want to do something. They want to succeed. And let me tell you, and I don't need to tell you, there are a lot of worried students today with what's happening out there with AI. But this is future-proof. So you guys have to keep growing your adrenaline, managing your adrenaline, managing your stress. The thrill of the chase is what keeps us going. The next project, if it doesn't work, you try again. And so my advice is, a lot of you are not graduating this year. If you are graduating in July, for another year, you can do the Venture Lab as an alumni. And if you're not graduating in July, do it again in September. Don't give up. You heard what Juanjo said. The Buzu guy, it took him a while to get funded, and he never made it even to finals here. And so never give up on your ideas. But if you're going to fail, as they say, fail fast. But try something else, because we're there for you. And the best return on investment that you can get from coming to this university is doing these labs continuously. I mean, imagine if you come in here. I just met a student, first year BBA. He's doing the venture lab. Do you know how many times he's going to be able to do the venture lab before he graduates? Probably 8 times. I mean, if your startup doesn't make it after doing the venture lab 8 times, call it a day, right? No. I mean, I'm sure they'll pivot, they'll come up with a new idea. But yeah, I just want to stress that this is an amazing opportunity that this school offers you. No other university in the world has got over 1,000 students doing the venture lab every year. And so now is the big moment where we're going to see the 10 best teams of the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris, for your words. Well, if there's one thing that we've learned tonight, it's that entrepreneurship rarely starts with certainty. It starts with a question, a frustration, a moment where someone thinks there has to be a better way. Over 150 teams went through the Venture Lab this intake, and only 12 teams will be our finalists here today. Along the way, they had to refine their vision, build from concepts to ideas, products, build their ideas into startups. And you, founders, have become builders. So I want everyone to give a huge round of applause to our Venture Lab finalists. And of course, these ventures will be evaluated by an outstanding jury, who are BC's angel investors and experts in the ecosystem. Today we have with us Jorge Fields, angel investor, Teresa Dominguez from Atud Capital, Maribel Ortiz Garcia from Viavi Solutions, Stefan Cockshorn from the Venture City, Adriana Dolera from Accenture, Jose Munoz, a VC from Encomenda Capital, Cristina Figel, angel investor from Better Ventures. Now, a quick reminder of the format. Each startup will have 5 minutes to present their pitch, followed by 3 minutes of a Q&A. And yes, we will hold you accountable for your time. So let's begin. For our first venture, we have a startup that's turning emissions into an opportunity. Every year, crop burning creates massive pollution. But what if that waste could become value? Please welcome on stage BioClimate Solutions.
Hi guys. Imagine 1.5 billion cars. That's roughly every single car in the world. It drives day and night for 7 years straight. It roughly emits about 10 gigatons of carbon dioxide. Now this is what we have promised to remove by 2050. It's been 10 years since we've written the Paris Agreement. How much have we actually achieved? Well, less than 1%. We are currently at 0.04% of what we promised. We at YU were very passionate about this, and we thought, how can we help out? We looked around. Now back home, we have a massive, massive agricultural waste problem. Every year, India burns about 683 million tons of agricultural waste. Out of that, 180 million is just burned. And 80% of every single farmer in India barely makes their ends meet. How do we solve this? Thus came up our idea. Well, the idea is pretty simple. We go to the farmers, we collect their waste, then we just throw it in an oven, right? At 400 to 700 degrees Celsius and almost 0% oxygen, it creates something known as biochar. It's a spongy substance that when you apply it into the soil, it actually captures carbon for 1,000+ years. What do we do once we're done with that? Well, the answer is simple. We get it certified by Puro and Vera, and we have IoT sensors to actually check how much carbon have we actually sequestered. Once that is done, we have
sellable carbon credits that we will go out and sell. That leads us to our revenue source. It's pretty straightforward. We sell the carbon credits, or we can directly sell the biochar to large landowners who can apply it in their own soil. Now, you might ask, who is our customers? Well, the answer is simple. You can think of tech giants like Microsoft and Google who might be interested in our product, but it's pretty much anyone who produces anything that has a carbon footprint. They are our customers. Right now, the carbon credits market is a $25 billion market, and it's growing at 49%. And biochar leads it with an annual growth rate of 131%. That is the market we are tapping. In our pilot run, which we have already started, we yielded a net profit of 76, but it changes up when we actually scale up. Starting from about $350,000, we hope to go all the way up to $3 million by year 9, and growing our farmer network 6 times in the first 9 years of operation. Now the question remains, why choose Vayu? Well, the answer is simple. In most South Asian countries, the farmers are dependent on the local government. We have that advantage. We are already in talks with the local government. We have signed NOCs. We have signed contracts with 2 major provinces in South India to start collecting farmers and building a network. And number 2, we have the farmer-first ground-up network. Now, the thing is, most of these companies that may operate in this field, they don't really consider the farmers. For us, a part of the profit goes to the farmers, and they are committed to our cause. And lastly, we have complete control all the way from collection of the waste to selling the biochar. That puts us in a different league altogether. Our aim is to get 2,500 farmers by second year of operation. Our pilot phase, which is to get a 100-farmer network, we have already achieved. We are currently at 120 farmers who have signed. In fact, one of our partners just came back from India signing the 120 farmers. These are the farmers who are a part of our network. It's actually a couple of days ago. And, well, that's it. This is our team. Mr. Srihas, he has over 6 years of experience working in the renewable sector in India. Then me, I have experience in global supply chain management. And Akarshit Reddy, who has been working in the tech manufacturing in India. As the age-old adage goes, he who saves the environment is protected himself. Vayu, building the future.
Thank you very much for the pitch and congratulations for what you have achieved so far. I have 2 questions. One is about the certificate. So are you already certified on credit carbon? That's one. And the other could be around your buyers of those. So what is your go-to-market strategy with them, and how do you think you are going to perform there? Thank you.
The carbon credits are certified when the project is ongoing, and as we talk about customers, we make direct contracts with customers when we are producing before the production of carbon credits.
So it's based on a project. We first get a contract, and then we start building. And right now, since we're just in the pilot phase, we are rapidly building our network to actually start producing, and that's the first phase, which we hope to get done by Q1, and we are sort of already done.
Hi guys, thank you for the pitch. I was wondering, in terms of financing yourselves, how are you planning to finance yourselves in the future, and how have you done so for now?
Initially, for our pilot program, we are planning to take a loan and start the project. And initially, as the revenue starts coming in, we can start scaling ourselves.
And one of the main investment of the cost drivers in the project is making the oven, right? Actually building the biochar. And that, for the pilot project, we've already signed or are in talks with companies in the nearby provinces to outsource that bit. So in the pilot project, the cost is going to come down a bit more, and we hope to get personal loans to start funding it.
I'll take another one. In terms of the end-to-end value proposition, where's the real added value? Like, where do you see better margins? Where could you specialize in the future? Is it on the waste collection, on the oven part, or the credit certification?
So right now, there is no one in the market. And the thing is, India is drafting Article 6. So far, it's a blue ocean and no one's in the market. So our revenues are primarily going to come. Article 6 is basically making carbon trading mandatory, carbon emissions mandatory and carbon credits mandatory in India. And once that happens, as production grows as well, we hope to expand our market, and main revenue drivers will be from the sale of carbon credits.
A great pitch and great job answering the question so far. What's the biggest risk you guys need to solve in the next 12 months?
So the biggest risk what we have is the carbon market is actually very volatile. So the solution what we got for that, talking to mentors here and the Venture Lab team, is we can sell biochar even as a physical sales, we can export it, and the other options is, so with the biochar machinery, there are many byproducts which we can get, like bio oil. In the future, we can also produce SAF with the biochar. So these are the other incomes which can mitigate the risk in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, founders, for an amazing pitch. Well, as an Argentinian, I would use any excuse to bring up the FIFA World Cup. It's coming up this year, and with it, the jersey market is heating up. Kitco FC is building the platform behind the jersey market. Let's welcome them on stage.
Guys, the clicker.
And I am the co-founder of Kitco FC, the ultimate platform for football collector jerseys. This is a photo of me about 15 years ago, and that's a shirt that I still own to this day. That's what my closet currently looks like, but I'm not the only one. Even Lionel Messi and fans all over the world have rooms and closets filled with jerseys. But we all have the same problem. We don't have somewhere to properly showcase our collections, a community to interact with one another, a place to get evaluation on our jerseys, and a platform to safely buy, sell, and trade from one another. So that's why we've created the Kitco platform. As you can see in this pre-recorded live demo, this is somewhere that you can actively manage your collection, get a real-time valuation on your jerseys with our AI agent and Kitco price index, a marketplace where you can buy, sell, and trade right on the platform, just one click, very easily, and a community where you can interact with one another, comment, like, and share on each other's collections. Now, we've gone ahead and validated this with over 500 interviews in both North America and Spain, where 92% of people said they'd be willing to use a platform where they could effectively manage their collections. Now, our MVP is live. We have 69 active users on the platform, of which they've uploaded over 80 shirts to their collections. Now, out of those 80 shirts, 9 of them are actively listed on the platform for sale. And we've completed 2 live auctions on the platform where users actually bid on these jerseys and they were sold. Now, to continue bringing people to the platform, we created a marketing and content strategy. We have virality content, call to action content, and knowledge influencer content. This is what virality content looks like. This is call to action content. And this is knowledge influencer content. Now, with this, we've generated over 500,000 views completely organically in just 3 weeks. Now, that's something to talk about. Now, while the global football merchandising market is worth $12 billion and the global football jersey market is worth $7 billion, our slice of the pie and what we're aiming for is the resale of football jerseys, which is worth $1.1 billion. Now, of course, we have competitors, but they're fragmented and they're all over the place. We have Instagram and eBay, which are generic marketplaces, and there's classic football shirts, which sells retail football jerseys. But nobody's focusing on what really matters, the whole cake, a home for football aficionados. Now, in terms of market strategy, right now we're in the official public launch. Our MVP is live, and we're expected to be fully operating by the World Cup of 2026. How do we make money? We have the Kitco FC shop, where we're buying old inventory that didn't sell from retailers and selling it on our platform. And we also have the peer-to-peer marketplace, where users can buy, sell, and trade from one another, and we make a commission. Now, what does the commission look like? We have a Kitco FC shop, which has a $65 average selling price with a 47% margin on each shirt, and we're taking a 15% commission on each shirt sold on the peer-to-peer marketplace with a $5 fixed trading fee on all trades made on the platform. We have a $78 customer lifetime value with a 3.5 multiplier, our LTV to CAC ratio, and we're expecting to reach break-even EBITDA by Q2 of year 3. We're asking for $275,000, which is mainly going to be spent between marketing, our operations, and our inventory. And of course, we're looking at reducing fast fashion, and we're measuring 2 things: how many kids get rehomed per month, and how quickly a kid finds a new home. Now, we have a letter of intent and willingness to invest from Andres Solano.
It's a great platform where players and fans can share their kids.
And finally, our team. We have our co-founder and CEO, Jose Perman, who created a platform and is a football aficionado. We have Diego Madero, who's our CEO, commodity trader and expert in logistics. Myself, with a branding background in charge of marketing. And Luis Miguel, who's an Excel wizard and created our entire financial model. Now, are you ready to join us before the World Cup of 2026? If you scan the QR code, we have a live auction happening right now on the platform. The bidding starts at 15 euros, so you can bid on an authentic jersey, this jersey right here. You can go for it. Thank you.
So first of all, congratulations for your project. It's really, really interesting, and as a football fan, I really like it. And the first question is about how are you going to validate that the jerseys are official and also that they are maintained in a proper way, okay, and they don't have some errors and
that's an excellent question. That's why we created the Kitco shop. The Kitco shop is a place where we buy the shirts directly from Adidas, Nike, different sellers, and we actually authenticate them in our warehouse, and then we sell them. So it's 100% authentic. Now there's the other part of the business that's a peer-to-peer. It's like going to El Rastro here in Madrid, going to buy shirts that you won't know that they might be official or not, but it's something that the football fans are looking for every day. That's why El Rastro looks like that every day.
So to answer, we don't authenticate the peer-to-peer marketplace. We're authenticating the fact that the jerseys we're buying old inventory. That's authentic, we resell that. But the peer-to-peer marketplace works on a review-based consensus.
Okay, thank you.
Hello guys, congratulations for the project. I truly believe that I'm a collector, a potential client for you. But my question is about money, because growth, it's the big question with this kind of project, and you're asking a little amount of money. So what is your marketing strategy, and how do you really create such big community in order to you get rich and the investor get richer?
Yeah, of course. So the our goal is to put all of our efforts into the marketing strategy right before the World Cup, as we see this once every 4 years event as a catalyst that we can really take advantage of. So the reason we're asking for the 275 is to not go I guess, overboard per se, and we can really keep it lean, but at the same time taking advantage of this catalyst. That's where we're planning to use it.
Yeah, you mentioned a comprehensive database, the Kitco price index. What is the data sources that you use for that? Is it premium source as well? How hard was it to collect the data? And what's like the real application and value prop from the database?
We created a live agent. It's a bot that actually, every time you post, it goes to the Kitco price index. It identifies if there's a similar listing or not. If there's one, we give you a valuation for your shirt. And if there's not one, the bot automatically goes out there. It benchmarks the price with other different marketplaces, and then they give you a valuation.
So the
Thank you, guys. Sorry, the time's up.
Get a database.
Before introducing the next startup, small FYI for the jury, it appears last in the scorecard. And next up, using AI to simplify fundraising for small nonprofits, please welcome Postal Chimp.
Well, good night, everyone. Meet Waffles. That's a dog probably everyone here who has a pet can relate. Very happy dog. But what happens with Dusty? Well, Dusty is in a dog shelter. What's a dog shelter? Usually a nonprofit organization. It's supported by fundraisers. What's the issue here? We realize that fundraising has become extremely expensive for small nonprofit organizations, and right now it's only meant for big NGOs. That's why we built Postal Chimp, which is an AI-powered platform for nonprofit organizations, small nonprofit organizations, to simplify fundraising for them.
So, what is fundraising in direct mail? It is the ability for an NGO to raise funds through printed letters. What's the problem with this market? That it's not accessible for small NGOs, just for big ones. Why? Because we have high agency fees, a lot of volume in production is required for printing, and the timelines to launch these campaigns are really, really long and slow. So what we're going to do, we're going to build a DM campaign in just 15 minutes through our platform. So we're going to our algorithm is going to define the audience. It's going to write the letter for the NGO. The NGO just has to approve it, and it's going to be sent by the system directly to the printer, ready to be produced and sent around. So we already have a strategic partner, Data back in Italy. They have 25 years of donor database intelligence, and they are the market leader in this sector. We have the printer, leader from SPA, and the president, who's our gadget supplier. We also managed to onboard a commercial client, which is a private bank in Italy. These instead are the 4 NGOs that signed the letters of intent, so that means that they are ready to use our platform right now. To further promote our platform, we're going to be at the Festival of Fundraising, Italy's biggest event in this sense.
You might be wondering, and we didn't tell you this, but the thing is, like Filippo and I, we have some years of experience in the nonprofit sector, and there are a lot of people who are like, the nonprofit sector, there is no really money to be made. Well, partially that's true, but that's why we're aiming for the volume. And with our experience, we also know this is a very underserved sector where the competition is not as fierce as in the commercial sector. So we have nonprofits that really need this type of solutions. And also, if we achieve the goal that we have, which is out of this viable SAM, get 10 to 20%, and we can do it with a partnership that we have already closed, we are going to actually be a very, very viable business. Then, how exactly do we work right now? So it's basically a pay-as-you-go sort of model for nonprofit organizations. We're charging 1.05 euros per sent letter. Our costs are 70 cents per letter, and right now our margin is roughly 30 30% on this. This is going to increase with time. We have already talked about this with our printer, and as our volumes increase, we will be able to have a higher margin. But besides this, we were also finding this at the Tech Venture Bootcamp here at IE, and we're advised to leverage what we have already built for the nonprofit sector, also for commercial customers. That's why Filippo mentioned that we already have one bank that's being onboarded for direct mailing and also merchandising. Besides this, we're exploring AI consulting. We have already, or we started conversations with 3 customers. And lastly, our engineers at the team are building an AI agent that's able to call. For commercial customers, this can be something that can do cold outreach. And for nonprofit organizations, this can help with the donor reactivation. Then, you might also be saying, hey, anyone can build something like this in a day. You might be right, but not everyone is able to close a partnership with a leader in data for donations in Italy. That's what also has made us be GDPR compliant in every single step of the chain. Otherwise, we will not be able to be working with this company. So what we can also assure every nonprofit organization that works with us is that we can offer above average results in the market. We have higher conversion rates for donors, and we also have higher ticket values. That means each donor is donating more. What is our target by 2030? If we just focus on Italy, we can achieve 15 million euros revenue by having 4,000 nonprofit organizations. Again, that's just Italy. We might expand to France and Germany with the experience that Filippo and the team has in the nonprofit sector. To sum it up, where do we stand? 4 letters of intent signed with nonprofit organizations. Also, we're building a very strong brand partnering with the Fundraising Association in Italy and also with the leader on donor data in Italy. And lastly, the market is showing us that we're going in the right direction. Salesforce announced October last year that for corporate-sized nonprofit organizations, they are bringing back a module for direct mailing. Well, that's the team with experience in the nonprofit sector, tech, and strategy. And, well, that's it. We're simplifying fundraising for nonprofit organizations, and that's our demo on our platform.
Perfect.
Yeah, hi. You mentioned 4 business models. Why not focus on one and scale it?
Well, that was the advice that we got from the Tech Venture Bootcamp. So right now, for the nonprofit sector, as you saw, we already have basically all the partnerships closed. We just need to officialize the launch of or start printing the first lectures for the nonprofit organizations. So on parallel, the AI consulting is something that's also coming up from the nonprofit organizations themselves. And then the AI SCR agent is something that we're basically building on top of this. But right now, that's like the last priority. But the other 3 components that we have is the commercial side can benefit the platform that we have already built. We just have to offer the merchandise. That's very easy to do. And the margins there are way higher than what we can get with the nonprofit sector.
You mentioned that 30% of donations still come from postal bulletin in Italy.
Yeah.
Can you explain what the trend is? Is it growing? Is it declining?
The trend currently, it's, I would say, stable with a potential for exploring new markets if their innovation is introduced. That's what I would say right now.
Also, what we have to mention from the interviews that we actually did 12 interviews with nonprofit organizations is that right now it might sound silly, but with the whole AI thing, they are aiming to bring back something that's tangible, something that people can touch. So again, this is just the feedback we got through interviews, but basically seeing the trends from the last few years, we can assume that it's going to grow. It's not going to be an explosive growth, but there is still growth in the direct mailing channel in Italy.
You made some claims. For example, you said 30% above market conversion, 30% higher ticket prices. My understanding is you're just getting started. So on what basis do you make these claims?
That's why, yeah, good question, thank you. That's why we said we're partnering with Data Prosper. Data Prosper already is delivering these type of results for their customers. They are focusing on the top nonprofit organizations in Italy, and compared to the normal campaigns that a fundraising organization is doing, those are the results that Data Prosper is achieving. Their issue is that due to the volume that they're handling, they're not touching the smaller nonprofit organizations. But with the database that we have access to from them, those are the results that we can offer. Like basically the same that they're offering for big nonprofit organizations, we can offer those results to smaller ones.
And can I just, follow up? Why do they not want to enter?
They don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity for the smaller nonprofit organizations, nor the technical capabilities.
Okay, thank you.
it seems to me that the market TAM is not that big. Have you measured more or less how many of these organizations are in Europe and the possibility to grow apart from Italy?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm talking about the TAM, the market.
Yeah.
Yes, it seems that it's not that big. There are not so many organizations like this. It seems to me, and you can refuse this claim.
I mean, like, again, compared to commercial markets, yes, they're smaller, of course, but at least Spain, as a very good example, is one of the countries with the, in relative terms, the most amount of fundraisers and non-profit organizations. So in general, there is a market for this. I also lived in Germany, and I can confirm this. Again, Filippo has experience in the Italian sector. Yes, it's a relatively small market, but then also the competition is smaller.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Now, for our next pitch, making boat launching easier with a portable motor system for trailers, please welcome Maneuver.
Imagine you're buying yourself something you dreamt of your entire life. And now, as you get it, you always have to go through a super exhausting and annoying process. This is exactly what boat owners with lampers have to go through every time they want to use their beautiful boats. Why? Because using their cars is mostly not allowed at shores or very impractical. So they depend on manual handling. But this is very physical straining, and you mostly depend on additional mole power. So existing solutions like cranes or fully motorized trailers are either super expensive or not accessible for anyone. So why is not everyone just having a super chill water berth? Because the quantity is highly limited and the waiting lists are kind of forever, so don't even try. We experienced all those problems by our own, and our survey showed us the same pictures. 83% of boat owners with lampers experience problems while launching their boats. The two major pain points here is physical strain and dependency on additional manpower. So more than the half of those people are already trying to solve this problem with buying additional tools or aids. But we got the perfect solution for those people. The Maneuver One. It's a lightweight portable add-on you can attach to any standard motor boat trailer, and it transforms it in a self-driving, highly maneuverable system. It's then attached in under 5 minutes, and it enables boat launching solo for everyone and mostly every shoreline condition. Here you can see how it works. You just put it on your trailer, and you drive it in like a shopping cart. It's super easy and super comfortable for the user. Here are some pictures of our current fully functional prototype, which is in Munich because it is in use. And everyone we handed it out to was amazed how easy and comfortable it worked. Let's look at the market. We are the only ones offering a solution below 5,000 euros, portable and flexible. So you can put it on that trailer right now and on the other trailer in just 5 minutes. Also, we can speed up about 5 km/h, what makes us the only solution in the market right now which combines high performance and accessible pricing.
Thank you, Leon. Now let's have a look at our business model, starting with the B2C sector. We'll be selling our product via our own website, and we'll be collaborating with boat influencers for extra reach and visibility. For the B2B sector, we'll be partnering up with boat and trailer dealers to use their existing customer base to target our customers right at the purchasing point. And for the very important recurring revenue streams, we developed a leasing model that also allows us to capture the gray market with the post-lease models. And additionally, we also created a pay-per-use model that can, for example, serve as a market entry strategy. Now, our B2C sector comes with an amazing gross margin of 60%, and our B2B sector comes with a gross margin of nearly 25%. Now, this brings us to our market opportunity. We have a total addressable market of 21 billion euros, including all trailable boats worldwide that are below 800 kilograms. For the sum and the sum, we decided to only look at Europe for now, which gives us a service obtainable market of 125 million euros. And we're backed by a recreational boating market that is growing with around 5% per year. Now, let's talk about our go-to-market strategy. In the next 2 quarters, we'll run a test phase, finalize our product, find production partners, and build our distribution channels. Then, in the second phase, we're gonna launch our product to the German market. And here, already start working on the product line expansion. And then in the third phase, in 2027, we're gonna continue to scale in the German market and already prepare for the market expansion to Europe, which will take place in year 2. And already in year 3, we will be expanding to the American and the Canadian market. Now here on the right-hand side, you can see our very steady and super strong revenue growth, which allows us to already go break even in year 3 and gives us an estimated ERR of around 45%.
Thank you so much for the numbers, Yaris. To make our vision real life, we need 950K and a really strong partner. I will briefly introduce our team. It's Luis, an engineer and boat owner from Munich. He's the brain behind the idea. Then myself, with experience in luxury sales and M&A consultancy. My colleague Yaris, with experience in project management. And Ben, with a family business in the metal tool industry, which will give us access to the crucial resources we will need for our way. Additional to that, we have an amazing advisory board consisting out of real-world CEOs, investors, and coaches who will help us a lot on our way. So, with Maneuver, you can finally launch your boat alone, anywhere, and anytime. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. Great idea. I would like to deep dive a bit on the product itself. Where are you producing? Do you need any official certification? Are you going to license anything? Or, understand a little bit on that and how much you will be able to produce when. Thank you.
Yes. So first, to the product itself. Here you can see it a bit better. We don't have like a producing partner right now, but that is what we will do in the next steps for sure. Sorry, can you repeat the question? What was it else?
Where are you going to produce? Are you going to license it?
Yes. Yeah. Producing partner, as I mentioned, it's not found yet, but we are like with Ben, we mentioned, he is like a family in the metal tool industry in Germany, one of the biggest manufacturers for the car industry in Germany. And they have like an amazing network, which is already working with us in an advisory board and which give us access to like potential producers. And for the market expansion to the US and Canada, we thought we're not gonna produce it by ourselves probably, but gonna license the product and sell the licenses to producers in the US and Canada, so reduce our own risk in producing and entering the US market.
Thank you, great pitch, and great to see you have a prototype. And it goes in a bit similar direction as what was asked before. What are the biggest risks you see in producing this at scale that you already foresee, and how will you mitigate those risks?
I think in the beginning, our major risk was, okay, what is when we don't make the numbers in sales because there is something with the customer feedback or something. But this is exactly why we developed our pay-per-use model you can see right here. We want to build things like that at shorelines, at lakes, to get people to use our products, first to get a more consistent revenue stream, but also to get more feedback and to give the persons and the people the possibility to have hands-on experience with our product before they buy it, to give them the chance to try out, because 2,000 euros is like an investment for some people, and maybe they would like to try out before. And I think through the pay-per-use and the leasing model, we got rid of that risk.
How do you see competition coming up? I mean, there's a lot of robotics. There is this going at high speed. So how do you want to face that or ramp up in time?
Let me just look for the competition slide. Yeah, right now, the competitors are add-ons that are installed like permanently. And they're working that there are like rows who get against the back rows of the trailer, okay? And for like installing it, you also have like cost of €1,000. So if those people would like to try to make something we do right now, we got a license, we're on the way for a license, so no one can copy us for the next 2 years. And second, they are having a completely different kind of technology right now, so they would like have to change everything about the development of their products. And also through the connections we have like in the producing industry, I think we can offer a smaller cost for our product, so we can offer it to the market way cheaper than those people.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, connecting creators and brands through a curated platform for collaborations and exclusive events. Please welcome Muse.
I've loved creating content for as long as I can remember. From filming little videos, editing for hours, and obsessing over storytelling, I love that even more that it pushed me to the other side of the screen into digital marketing, managing campaigns and conversion metrics. So I've seen influencer marketing on both sides, as a creator trying to land creator partnerships, and as a brand strategist trying to make the budgets convert. And what I realized is simple. Both sides are frustrated. My name is Lisa, but before we talk about Muse, I want to introduce you to Anna and Karen. This is Anna. She has 12,000 followers, 8% engagement rates, and sends about 20 collaboration emails a day. Most don't get replies, but when she does hear back, it's random. Pet supplies, a crypto app, or a fast fashion brand that doesn't match her values. But she replies anyways, because consistency matters and because income matters. Over time, her audience notices, and her content begins to feel transactional. This is Karen. She runs a wellness brand in Madrid and allocates about €5,000 to influencer marketing per year. She hires 7 creators with beautiful content and amazing reach, but no clear ROI. So she concludes that influencer marketing is unpredictable, maybe even ineffective all in all. But Karen isn't the problem either. The system that they're operating in is. Being on both ends, I've seen that brands chase these vanity metrics, reach, page visits, impressions, while creators are forced to survive, never knowing where their next collab will come from, nor whether it will break their audience trust. And here's the thing, today's platforms optimize for volume. More campaigns, more brands, more creators. Yet nobody optimizes for compatibility. Now imagine a world where Anna works with her dream brands, knowing that they align with the content she makes, and Karen knows that her budget is going to a creator that drives conversions. That's a world that I can see clearly, and that's exactly why I created Muse. Muse is an exclusive, invite-only platform that filters out low-fit collaborations before they even happen. This reduces outreach time, negotiation friction, and wasted budgets. We validated the concept, and our MVP is ready. So how does our platform work? Initially, both brands and creators set up profiles. They state their audience demographics, their content goals, and their overall objectives. Next, our compatibility engine scores the fit, and only matches with a score above 70% are surfaced. No browsing, no randomness, and no low-fit noise. We conducted our first pilot collaboration with 6 Harmony Studio and a match creator here in Madrid. And it worked. Both sides genuinely felt the difference of a well-matched collaboration. Since then, we've expanded into additional early-stage brand partnerships with other wellness and lifestyle brands in Madrid. The opportunity in front of us is much bigger than just Madrid. So with the market, we're looking at $97 billion USD for the global influencer platform market by 2030. In Spain alone, influencer marketing spend sits at 3.2 billion euros per year. So by capturing even 10% of that segment, we're looking at a 320 million euro opportunity that right now, nobody is owning with a compatibility-first approach. But here's why. Today, brands and creators communicate through 3 primary channels. Direct outreach through DMs, which is selective but ultimately unpredictable. Agencies that are selective but come with high costs for everyone involved. And open marketplaces like Aspire and Coley that provide scale but lack the needed intention. Muse is the first to combine all 3. The trust of an agency, the scale of a marketplace, and the compatibility layer that nobody has. And when a match this good happens, both sides want to come back. So that's how Muse makes money. We operate on a hybrid revenue model. First, we take a commission out of every collaboration facilitated on our platform. Next, as the platform matures, we plan to introduce monthly brand memberships for access to our curated and compatibility scored network, and this becomes our primary revenue driver over time. We are raising 150,000 euros to fund 3 critical areas and take Muse from founder-led to automated and scalable. First, platform development to automate onboarding and campaign workflows. Next, we'd like to hire a dedicated sales team to help target the e-commerce and lifestyle brands. And lastly, we need operations and marketing to make sure that the supply of creators and brands stays healthy on both sides. This is the infrastructure that takes 6 pilots to 60, and 60 into a platform that runs itself. We operate on a founder market fit. I bring the content creator and digital marketing experience, while our CTO, Oleg, is a senior tech consultant with over 10 years of experience building scalable systems. He also happens to be my father, which means we move fast, communicate honestly, and are equally invested in getting this right. Together, we're not just building a feature, we're building the compatibility layer that the creator economy has always been missing. The opportunity to bring structure and alignment to a rapidly growing industry is here, and Muse is how we capture it. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the pitch and congrats on the project. I wanted to double click on the compatibility layer, that uniqueness. What is it based on? Like, are you integrating directly with the social networks? Are you based on the input of the creators? So where do you get the data from, or where do you build it up on?
Thank you, that's a great question. So first, with the compatibility, there's 2 sides to it. So first we have the creator side and the brand side. For the creator side, we look at things such as their average views, their engagement rates, their rates for the platform, what type of collaborations they might be open to. It can range from affiliates to fully paid. There's a lot of factors that go into what they might prefer as content creators, and that's super important to us too. Then for brands, we look more so in their campaign goals. So is it sales, awareness, conversions? Is there a new product launch that they might be promoting maybe? And all of these things are answered once they set up the profiles. You can state all of these things, even something as small as for how long the content can be used on their website. 30 days, 90 days, or maybe even in perpetuity. So all of these things help generate insights on both the brands and creators. And as a result, that data is what fuels the match.
Thank you. So I wanted to understand the financials. What percentage are you targeting in commission, and how much is it the membership fees?
So in commissions, we're targeting roughly 20% at the moment because we want to test out the commission model before introducing the membership model. For us, we think it's super important that if we're building this exclusive platform that preaches that it's super, super curated and everything is hyper-specific, we want to make sure that that trust is built first by trying the commission model with 20%. After that, we're looking to do something that would more so match what other competitor platforms are quoting the rates at. So it can go anywhere from 119 euros a month to even 400 euros a month, especially depending on the future features. We're planning to have also personal dashboards, analytics, and as more things are added and we have more to offer, both of the creators and brands, we're planning to premiumize the prices just a bit.
How exactly are you collecting the data? What's the process?
Sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, how exactly are you collecting the data? What's the process? Scraping
Well,
it, or?
right now, a lot of the process has just been manual because we are a little bit limited in our working proficiency with just me and my dad doing the project. But the most important thing we've been tracking is, do people want to come back? So once we have the collaboration, we speak again to the brand and the creator to understand what worked, what didn't work. And so far, every collaboration we've had, we've seen an expressed interest in repeat collaborations and future paid collaborations. So for now, that's our biggest indicator for the data.
Thank you.
data online. Very rarely do we get paid for it. Kubi is trying to change that. Welcome on stage.
One, two, three,
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to be with you today. Let's start with a simple question. Has anyone here made a purchase online recently? Well, each of those purchases generated data. That data was then sold. That data was part of a market worth billions of euros every year. And you receive nothing. We are Kubi, and that changes today.
Hi, we are Baptiste and Loic, and together we make Kubi.
Today, companies make millions every year selling and processing my data, our data. And until now, we were the only ones who didn't receive any single cent from that money. And the problem is twofold. Users generate the value but never see it, in a world where it has become completely normal to extract our personal data continuously. And for the companies that try to understand those users, they organize panels and pay for opinions, but they need facts. It's a broken system on both sides.
Kubi works in an easy way. A user connects their email inbox, and from that moment on, every subscription, delivery confirmation, payment, receipt gets automatically processed. Our natural language processing pipeline allows us to discard and reject personal images from our users. We never extract personal data. We only extract purchase data. We then aggregate thousands of those users' profiles and sell this market intelligence to companies, for the moment based in Madrid. For users, Kubi is the first time someone gives them back the value they always generated through their digital life. Plus, we give them an AI dashboard that shows them exactly where to spend and how to spend less and smarter. For companies, it's the first time someone gives them the power to access to verified behavioral data in real time. They don't access to what people say they'll do, but what they actually did.
We are at the right moment. A 140 billion euros market growing an average of 26% over the last 5 years, driven entirely by the demand of real data over surveys.
Legacy players bring scale. Survey platforms bring speed. But Kubi adds verified behavioral data to the game. We are not just trying to compete with them. We are trying to complement them by delivering fresh, AI-powered purchase signals in a more faster, flexible way.
Our model is a definition of scalability. B2C is free and builds the panel. B2B is where we monetize. With subscriptions starting at 1,500 euros per month, including an AI-powered dashboard, monthly reports of the market, and custom deep search queries. The more users join, the better the data. Better the data, more value for brands, and more value for brands means more revenue. And with our revenue, we are able to give more payout to users. It feeds itself. So we launched Kubi 6 weeks ago, and we currently have 850 users with a cost of acquisition of 51 cents per user. Our goal is simple. In the next weeks, we want to close our first paying clients in order to be able to pay our users. A lot of people, when they ask me about Kubi, they say, what about my emails? The answer is simple. We never read them. Our system only detects purchase-related emails. Everything is anonymized, GDPR compliant, and the user is in full control at all times. We hope that from here in 1 year, with a cumulative investment of 300,000 euros, we'll be able to have 11,000 users, almost 50 B2B clients, and a revenue of 800,000 euros. The logic is simple. One data set, unlimited buyers. Every time we get a new client, it increases our revenue without meaningfully increasing our marginal costs.
We are seeking for 150,000 euros to spend in the vast majority to acquire new B2C and B2C users. The rest goes to our hiring team. We need 1 engineer and 1 B2B salesman. The rest goes to the maintenance of our product, legal and infrastructure.
What comes next is straightforward. We want to expand our user base, while in parallel, we want to reduce onboarding friction and add more data sources so users can see their full digital potential. And as we are starting, we're still improving our pricing and onboarding companies.
That's our team, led by Baptiste, DA, who is not with us today, and I. And together, we think we have the perfect expertise to fit in the problem we are presenting to you today. Let us show you a little video of our real product. Here, a user can see his spendings in real time, as well as an insight intelligent analysis that shows them where their money goes and how to spend smarter, as well with a chatbot where the user can ask anything related to their data and get an instant answer. Also, you have your full control of what you share and what not to share. In Kubi, you can withdraw your money instantly, no minimums, no fees, at any time. And that's Kubi. Your data, your money.
Thank you for the pitch. How much money do the users get and what does it depend on?
Okay, so it's something we call a control variable, because we don't want to tell them we give you X percentage, because a long run it can be very bad for our business. But through surveys we did and people we talk, we know that people with getting paid between 50 and 100 euros per year, they feel confident using Kubi. So basically, as I said before, it's a control variable. We will see between our, depending on our revenues, we'll give them hopefully between 50 and 100 euros per year.
So the more that you use the app, and the more money you should get, in theory?
Yeah, in theory, the more data you share with us and you are willing to share with us, the more you will be getting paid for that data.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, thank you. How do you ensure like all of the data is anonymized, and like what is the percentage of error that might?
So we are using actually a k-anonymity under 50. So that means that every B2B user that wants to buy a group of insights needs to have at least 50 users inside. So anyone is recognizable.
And what type of technology are you using, like, to detect all these?
We are using a natural language processing, as I said, that classifies our emails, parse them as merchant, category, amount, frequency, date. So there's never individual data inside our system. There's just insights that says maybe 50 users in the zone of Malasaña are buying Netflix Pro each month.
Thank you.
Hi guys, could you give us an actual example of a company that could leverage all this data? What kind of brands are you approaching?
Okay, so for example, right now, as our mainly users are in the university's ecosystem, we are primarily looking for marketing agencies that try to understand the marketing intelligence of Madrid, and those agencies will be able to know what the people in universities in Madrid are actually getting, for example, spending their money, or where they're going out, or where like their lifestyle in general looks like.
Okay. And you expect a recurrent behavior from them in terms of them being interested throughout the year, or just paying once for a report? So what is the expected behavior of these agencies?
What we expect for them is to pay every month for the subscription in order for them to have an actual and refresh market intelligence of Madrid right now. And it has to be, for them, it will be very easy to get to those insights and those data, and won't have to do like big query searches to other big companies that will have their own dashboard and will at any time be able to know the real, actual market of Madrid right now.
Thank you, guys.
Damos una foto.
Hostia, sí.
We've just seen 6 founders step up and defend their vision, and we have 6 more to go. Now let's zoom out, because one of the biggest shifts happening right now isn't just in markets, it's in how companies are built. AI is no longer a feature. It's no longer a tool in the background. For many founders, it's becoming a co-founder. What does that actually mean in practice? And how do you build with AI at the core and not as an afterthought? To explore that, please welcome Irina Moise, co-president of the IE Venture Network and a Lovable campus leader, here to share insights from Lovable and what AI native building really looks like. Welcome, Irina.
Thank you, Henry, and hello, everyone. For centuries, we have looked up at the night sky and we tried to find intelligence far beyond our understanding. We have analyzed constellations, galaxies, and nebulas. But now I want you to stop and think. Out of the thousands of satellites that are above us, what would happen if instead of just orbiting us, they would start thinking right back at us? Well, if as a child you ever wished to speak to an astronaut, I guess your wish is about to come true, but not in the way that you might truly think. I know it sounds like science fiction, but it is a lot closer to reality than that. In 2026, SpaceX launched a merge initiative with XAI with one single mission: to build AI infrastructure in space. Powered by solar energy and with natural cooling systems, it would act like a massive distributed brain to Earth. This would bring a huge shift to humanity, with early prototypes expected to be launched from 2027 to latest 2030. It could be even greater than the shift of internet or electricity itself. But now, let's come back with our feet on the ground, because while we're so focused on building infrastructure for the next generation, there is still millions of ideas that are still dying in our notebooks. We have mystified the idea of risk and romanticized entrepreneurship, and as I am sure all Venture Lab participants can tell you, this could not be further away from the truth. We are looking for 24-hour success stories, for sudden fame overnight, so much that we have fallen in love with the result over the process itself. Now, if you look at your dream founder, I guarantee you that they're sitting only a few risks away from you. If on a Friday night you choose to stay in instead of going out with your friends, you might think, oh, but I'm at a lower risk, right? However, research shows that you are much more predisposed to having a heart attack while sitting on your couch and drinking a Coke instead of staying out until 4 a.m. So what does that show? What do founders do differently? They choose to skydive, they choose to rock climb, and they choose to pilot, even if people choose to call them risky, when in reality, they just choose what they're willing to risk. So this is my take. This is your time now to live 15 different lives in one. This is your time to bring every idea that you have to life, even if it's something completely different from what you did yesterday. Because in the economy that we live in right now, these are the skills that are going to be the most valuable, the ones that you can span across multiple environments and fields. Be high agency. Be the one that tried everything, and don't ground yourself to something that you thought you need to become. Now, as Forbes recently said, Lovable is the fastest and biggest platform of software building that was ever built in the world. And the reason for that is super simple. They removed the biggest bottleneck in building a business, which is building the actual product. Before, what used to take engineers, hours of research, raising money, and thinking about months to wait until your product is validated, now works as if you're talking to your best friend and watching the product come to life right before your eyes. With real revenue, real users, databases integrated, timelines, and AI orchestrating everything. So everything comes to life and everything is real. And what this has caused is a huge change in entrepreneurship. The moment from I have an idea to I have actually built and I am testing something out. And this means that with this shift, there is a barrier between ideation and creation that is falling right through the ground. And when this happens, there is new types of founders that are emerging. For example, we have a fashion tech company that in their first 10 months generated over 800K and closed 15+ major brand collaborations over Norway and Sweden. Another example that I truly love is a cake automation company. What they did, they got the birthdays of employees, connected them to local bakeries, and with that, automated a cake delivery. They have generated 150K AIR in the first 5 months. And the secret? The founder is 20, and he built this in his bedroom. Another example that I really love is two founders that had 60 days of savings left, no corporate jobs, families to sustain, and still they choose to put all of their bets under one name. This one name turned out to become a 6-figure company that was accepted into YC with a vibe-coded prototype. Now, if we look at the facts, you have the same access to tools that more than half of Fortune 500 companies are already using. But what do these founders do differently? The truth is it's a very simple framework. First, you need to find your unfair problem. Your first product should come from your own frustration. So I want you to ask yourself, what task do I repeat every week that feels stupid? What problem do I complain about the most? And what do I wish existed for my own benefit? That's how you're going to let your creativity come to life. Next, you need to build the ugly version first, because your first product is supposed to take 1 weekend, not 6 months. On Friday, you come up with the idea. On Saturday, you build a simple workflow and integrate simple features. And on Sunday, you show it to 5 real users. If they hate it, then good job, you find that out in 48 hours. But if they love it, you go ahead and build version number 2. And then step number 3, you need to build with collaborators. Because in this world that we're living in right now, the best advice that I've heard is that even if the worst case scenario happens and people tell you that they don't need your product and they hate it, between the lines, they are going to tell you exactly what they're looking for. So you need to listen, iterate, implement, and move on with that. And another thing that is super important to support this framework is that perfection stopped being a barrier a long time ago. And what became the barrier is action. And what we learned that in this perfectly curated world, it is much better to take a wobbly step forward than to stay in your perfect little square. And equally as important to that, it is building with communities. Because the future of entrepreneurship isn't just much more faster, but it is much more rooted in human connection than it ever was before. So I want you to look around you now and see that out of the thousands of ideas that could come up to life, it is not only the ones that can be launched between the stars that actually matter. The ideas are still born in rooms like this one, in conversations like this one, and with people that you have around you right now or on this stage, because you could be looking at the next supernova. And the future is not held by the hands of engineers, but it is by the people that choose to refuse to ignore problems and lay their hands right on them. So, after you walk out of this event tonight, I want you to look up at the sky, and after you're done admiring it, look back down at the ideas in your own head, as they can be equally as valuable. And although I am a huge fan of astronomy, I think it is time for us to stop wishing on shooting stars and start believing in making your own. Thank you.
Amazing. Irina, thank you for your insights and for challenging us to rethink how we build in the age of AI. Now let's move on to the second part of our finalist pitches. We've already seen some incredible ideas tonight, and there's many more to come. Same rules, 5 minutes to pitch and 3 minutes of Q&A. Starting off with tailored experience to improve employee engagement and company culture, please welcome Grupo Sentir.
Burnout, absenteeism, low productivity, and high rotation are costing Spain over 100 billion euros each year. This is equivalent to 6% of national expenditure. Yet, 2 out of 3 companies are deciding to do nothing about it. Hello, everybody. My name is Eduardo Podoswa, and I'm co-founder of Grupo Sentir. Over the past 2.5 years, we have delivered well-being experiences for a B2C market and are here to present our B2B expenditure. In a corporate wellness market growing at a 5.7 compound annual growth rate and expected to reach 2 billion euro market by 2034, we expect to hop on this trend and modify the current offerings that we currently serve to the B2C market into the B2B market by leveraging data-driven and experiential well-being. Our solution as is. We currently offer
wellness experiences such as hiking, meditation, breathwork, and a wide variety of selections for a B2C market, and we'll tailor these offerings into the B2B corporations. Talking directly to HR teams and knowing a little bit of what they're wanting to fix, we will also offer a Pulse platform, which is a dashboard that will allow them to take a deeper look at the team well-being. Over the past 2.5 years, we've generated more than 40,000 euros of bootstrapped revenue, delivering over 160 experiences to more than 6,000 international members, all while receiving a Net Promoter Score of 9.5 out of 10, thus speaking to the quality and high regard that we have for our experiences. We've managed to be trusted by international companies such as Columbia Sportswear Company, Lululemon, Crown Sports Nutrition, and many others, and are currently expanding our local provider network of 100+ providers to further provide experiences for the B2B and organizations network. And demand is already here. Apart from the track record, we have done a survey to more than 100 employees in Madrid from different sectors, and we found out that 92% of them are urging their company to actually offer these wellness experiences. 78% of them report feeling emotionally disconnected from their work. And even more importantly, 70% of them are mentioning that stress is draining their productivity every single day. We must listen to employees as they are the grinds behind the wheel and pushing the organizations forward. This is why we built a straightforward business model. By offering a paid pilot in which companies can decide from 1 out of 3 experiences, from retreats to workshops to on-site sessions, and further transferring those into annual recurring events, ranging and expected to range anywhere from 5 to 8 experiences and include 50 to 80 employees per experience, we're talking around the range of 20 to 70,000 euros per client per year. Finally, tying up our business model with a subscription-based service to our Pulse platform, in which we will provide a service of a dashboard to organizations in which they would have engagement tracking and actual event recommendations in order for us internally to provide to them, closing the loop of well-being in their organization. Also while providing team scores and real-time company snapshots. So the team, why us, why now? We are confident that the track record over the past 2.5 years and the experience we have gained delivering this high-quality experiences will drive us forward into the B2B sector. We understand the challenges that come with it, but we're confident that our track record and knowledge will push us through. With backgrounds in venture development, psychology, marketing, and product management, we're confident that we can power the next growth and next wave of corporate wellness. This is why we invite you in turning Spain's fastest growing workplace crisis into its greatest well-being opportunity. Join the movement, connect with us as we seek to raise a seed round in the following months to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the pitch. My understanding is that what you offer is a combination of the experience and the platform.
Correct.
So how much of the value that you generate is automated versus manual labor that you have to provide?
Correct. So currently, the development of the platform is in place. What we have as a strong basis is the experiences. As we continue to scale, we will provide more value to the dashboard as it will be used as a SaaS platform in order to scale the technology and the dashboard to include more organizations, and thus we can scale to different countries, activate local partners within each country, within each city. So that way we will continue to scale. Of course, right now we need a local, verifiable, trusted partner network, but as we continue to develop the tech stack, we will see more of the shift coming in and more of the shift of the revenue coming in from the tech stack than actually the experiences.
Do you measure the return on investment and the well-being of the corporations? Do you have experience now on that?
Currently, we don't have experience measuring the ROI of the return on investment of wellness, since we also are getting into non-clinical data analysis for the companies. Once we begin to scale the tech stack, we will make the necessary partnerships with PRL-certified companies in order to provide the necessary metrics to get a deeper insight and further justify the investment and the return on investment.
And have you recurrent customers? Are you having recurrent corporations? I mean, do they keep constant and like engaging with your services?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What I mean is that you want to offer your service to the corporations. Is it a recurrent revenue? Do they stick to you? What is your experience in these 2 years?
Definitely. So coming back to our business model is we offer a paid pilot in order to get them to know our services and to get our product, and then sign annual contracts with them with a predetermined set of experiences. So we're expecting anywhere from 5 to 8 experiences per year, thus having recurring revenue for annual contracts and expanding for new clients, but also maintaining those and maintaining the quality in order to keep those same corporations coming back and delivering the experiences to them.
Thank you for the pitch. Basically, I'm looking at your unit economics, and you're saying that you're 36% gross margin. As you grow, will you achieve greater margins, or
Definitely. Definitely, of course. Both of them tied to the same question. Currently, we're very labor-intensive. We require our local trusted partner network, so we continue to scale and develop the tech stack or the Pulse platform. We will offer it as a SaaS, in turn giving us higher margins and higher recurring revenue and bigger scale in that sense, in that regard.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have a platform that uses AI to turn complex market data into actionable insights for investors. Please welcome 1LP.
Good evening. Over the last decade, private investments have evolved massively, but the way limited partners are managing them hasn't. That's why we've built 1LP, one portal, all investments. With 1LP, we're empowering limited partners to gain back time by automating all their private investment workflows. In the last 6 months, we've built our platform and onboarded 7 limited partners, managing over 5 billion euros in AUM. So what is the current problem? Limited partners are managing overly complex private portfolios, but they haven't changed how they manage them. So critical information is scattered across GP portals, PDFs, emails, and dozens of spreadsheets. And as their private portfolios grow, complexity grows even faster. This leads to fragmented data, missed deadlines, hidden risks, and highly skilled investment professionals who have to spend hours or even days building manual board reports instead of making allocation decisions. This isn't just inefficient, it's risky. And that's the core issue of this isn't the lack of data, it's the lack of automation. And that's where 1LP comes in.
So how do we solve this problem for LPs? We have 2 main solutions. First is our AI-native data ingestion system. We get added as an interested party on behalf of the LP, which means that all GP documents for the LP are received by us. We're then able to pass it through our data pipeline, extract metrics from it, and apply it to our platform in a matter of seconds. Secondly is our workflow automation. We automate the day-to-day workflow for LPs, becoming their command center for their private market investments, freeing up time for what they want to do most, investing. So when we created 1LP, we had 3 main pillars in mind. First is portfolio intelligence. 1LP is your single source of truth into all your private investments. All metrics will be updated as soon as we get it, and you have one-click view into all of them. Secondly is your AI workflows. Not only can you read into your fund data on our platform, you're also able to act upon it. You can create DDQ questionnaires, IC memos, or draft reports for GPs, all on our platform. And lastly is security. Without security, there is no 1LP. That's why from the very first day, we've had this in mind and created 3 layers. First is Cloudflare for our network security. Secondly, we operate in a private virtual cloud, which means we're fully siloed from the internet and secure. And lastly, we have Aikido as our all-in-one cybersecurity provider. So workflows when using our platform, firstly, we ingest your data, apply it automatically. Secondly, we have AI analysis on our platform. We have the Yale cash flow forecasting system for private investments on us, as well as Monte Carlo forecasting, as well as smart actions. You get reminded if you're missing a capital call, or if there's any portfolio drift, you get automatically reminded. And lastly is our auto reporting system. You can have reports made from either PDFs or Excel with one click on your fund data, all board ready.
So what's our market opportunity in here? After thorough research, we've seen that we're sitting in a 4.5 billion global market. Well, currently, we're looking into South America and Europe. This would say that we have a SAM of $1.5 billion. But initially, we're targeting the 10% most tech-forward limited partners, giving us an entry market value of $150 million. The most important part here is the market is growing fast. For example, in the Benelux, in the last 5 years, 33% of all family offices have just been created. How are we working? Our business model is a recurring subscription-based model, where we start at 5,000 euros per year for our smaller clients, going up to 50,000 euros per year for our MFO clients, and if we're working together with institutional limited partners, we would be charging up to 150,000 euros. We don't only have external growth. Also, as our clients grow, we grow our revenue as well with extra fees for additional user seats or additional fund tracking outside of their main packages. Our traction currently. Our traction is showing that we are here to stay. We've been working closely with one limited partner, 2 MFOs, 4 SFOs, who are managing over 5 billion euros in assets under management. And as of yesterday, we got the confirmation of a new limited partner as well, who is actively seeking to use our platform. We can onboard our clients in 24 hours and are saving our clients up to 35 hours per month.
Our team, we have experience across private banking, enterprise software, family office, and venture capital, creating a complementary set of skills ready to execute this. What are we asking for? We're asking for 300,000 to raise 150,000 annual recurring revenue to secure 10 to 15 paying clients. It's important to note that we've been selected for Google for Startup Cloud program and received funding from them, and we've also been accepted into Level Ventures, which is an accelerator. This means that we receive an additional 20,000 from Google Cloud, and if we were to raise a round, we receive matching funding from Google Cloud themselves. So, if you believe in the future of LP workflows, please get in touch. We are one LP, one portal, all investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you explain a bit your go-to-market strategy and how you are going to grow? Thank you.
Definitely. Can you hear me, by the way? Yeah, okay, perfect. Our go-to-market strategy currently is leveraging warm connections. So we have warm connections specifically within Benelux and Latin America. These are where our 7 clients have come from in terms of these pilot clients. Our strategy from there is to use the network effect to grow because limited partners are conversating with one another. It's a conservative market, but at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is attend family office conferences, leverage our university network. We currently just met with the founder of SpainCap. He's the president of this organization in Spain that represents 95% of private equity and VC firms that operate within Spain. We have close relationships, and we're aiming on leveraging those first, along with cold outreach through cold connections. We're using Zoom Info along with LinkedIn Sales Navigator for cold outreach.
Hello guys, congratulations for the project. What about competitors? Because in the last years there are a lot of platforms for this kind of businesses.
We have a slide.
Yes. Of course, we track not only who our competitors, but also understand what they are doing and how they are doing it. Our main advantage is that we are 100% AI native, so that allows us, for example, get fastest onboarding. And the other advantage is pricing. The competitors we actually have, they are targeting more enterprise, so they have higher prices. We are targeting more smaller ones. That's why we have a more competitive pricing and allows anybody to start using our platform.
One more point to add over there, most of our competitors have manual data ingestion. As far as we know, there's no automated data ingestion. So that's only the first layer of our platform. We have 3 key layers. It's automated data ingestion, first and foremost. Second is portfolio intelligence through insights and analytics. And third is workflow automation. As far as we know, our competitors do not have that.
Why are you only limiting yourself to private investments rather than giving an end-to-end platform for family offices, for example?
No, that's a great question, and I think that's a niche that we can target as of right now. Our goal is to grow, to become a platform from one LP to maybe one wealth, whether it's a separate offering or the same offering. That's something that we've been considering. More so, it's the regulatory restrictions when it comes to public market investments, having to report those. There's a whole layer of bureaucracy that comes with that, and we'd also, we're currently considering the private market layer of bureaucracy with public markets that adds a lot more friction.
Yeah, to add upon that, we also do support functionality for public equities as well as real estate and direct investments. So technically, you could have your entire portfolio. This is just the niche that we're targeting.
Thank you, guys.
Whether in sports or everyday life, staying properly hydrated makes a difference. Our next venture is turning hydration into a simple daily habit. Please welcome on stage Aqualive.
So, most people don't know that you lose about half a liter of water every day just by sleeping. But you could also lose about a liter of water just for every hour of exercise. But the worst of all, and probably most of the students here, every night you drink a single glass of wine, you're losing about 4 times the same amount of milliliters in water. So that's why we produced Aqualive. My brother and I did a product that really helps with hydration, and here's him for him to let you know a little bit more about him.
Aqualive is discipline when no one is watching. It's waking up early and dreaming big. It's pushing yourself further while still enjoying the moment. It's hard work and balance. It's family, friends, it's celebration. It's a community of minds without borders. Aqualive is the hydration revolution. And here, we're building something much bigger than just a drink.
So nowadays, we have a big problem in hydration, and we have 2 big options. The first one are sugary-filled sports beverages, just like Gatorade or Aquarius, and they don't have enough of your essential electrolytes needed for everyday life. Or pharmaceutical drinks, who have lots of electrolytes and are more for extreme and severe dehydration. The market is lacking a real solution for a healthy daily lifestyle, and here is where Aqualive appears. We have a smart formulation with our added value, especially with no sugar added, and it's portable way of using it. You can have it in your bag, in your wallet, or even in your office or your home. It has a unique formula for true hydration and all the essential electrolytes needed for your daily life. What's the market opportunity? We have 100 million people, but we only want to attack 80% of the urban population and the 15 to 64-year-old people inside that urban population. 1% market capture of all that population, it's about 560,000 people. If we have an average consumption of 3 sachets per week, our estimated annual revenue could be almost 85 million euros. We're in the perfect moment. There's a global trend that electrolytes and lifestyle boom. No longer just for athletes, but it's for everyone. And every day, the conscious consumer wants cleaner and cleaner labels. Here, Aqualive appears in a unique moment with a unique formula. Our roadmap. Rappi was our first channel of distribution for the first quarter. We're in 30 stores in 3 cities in Colombia. Our next step is Farmatodo. We want to be in 120 stores throughout the whole country for Q2. And Q3, the biggest retailer of all, in Grupo Éxito. At the end, finally, at the end of the year, we want to start in Spain and then go throughout Europe. Traction and validation, we've already been selling for the last 6 months, especially in Rappi, this distribution channel that is really similar to Glovo. But in Colombia, and they're 10 minutes or less drive to your Aqualive in your house. The sales and the big breakout we have was in the biggest entrepreneurial fair in Colombia, that's Bazar. And we can see a constant demand growth from the first month we arrived in Rappi till January of 2026. We have a sold-out MVP with 30,000 sachets, confirming the high demand of the product and a constant customer feedback who has already helped us to build our second batch of 100,000 sachets. What are those sachets for? Our first phase will be to entry Farmatodo. Farmatodo is a big pharmacy store, just like CVS. And we need a progressive transition to boxes. So Farmatodo let us get inside. We already have sachets in their stores, but we can't sell the whole box. So it's a transition phase. We have solid and scalable margins. We have about 70% margin on our direct channels, and our worst channel is about 60% in Rappi, who's the one that has the most margin of all. We need an investment to dominate retail. We're looking for 250,000 euros. It's going to be distributed in 3 big things. The first one, 50% in marketing. We need that rotation in the gondola. 30% stock for the constant evolution of the company. We are in 30 stores, going to 120, but we in total need to be in 500 in 2 queues. Sales for this year, we're expecting 215,000 sales with retail expansion and a big fast scale-up. Why us? Felipe Iriarte. I am a business strategy and sales commercial and financial background, and my brother Pablo, who's back in Colombia working on it, with marketing, community, and MG agency experience. I would really like for everyone to join the Aqualive movement.
Hello, I really like the project. I was looking for this kind of solution in Spain, and it's true that there is not very good solution. But in Colombia, when I go to Colombia, I think I and all the people go to Electrolyte. You know the brand without sugar, and I think it's your bigger competitor. Is your formula better than?
Well, actually, most people believe that Electrolyte doesn't have sugar, but they have almost 30 grams of sugar. It's the one that has the most.
But there are a full line without sugar because they know that.
Exactly. In Colombia, they haven't arrived there yet with no sugar, but the constant, that's our biggest competition at this moment. Electrolyte is the big brand that is driving the revolution of hydration between sports and a hangover and whatever. Yes, it is. But the big problem we found, it's really expensive. We're about half the price, and it's really heavy. You can't bring to a trip, I don't know, 30 bottles or 20 bottles of Electrolyte because it's your whole bag. Well, you can have this every day in your life.
And what about the flavor?
It's amazing. It's the best. You have to try it. You already have one. You can try it.
So I will put you in the supplement market. And if I put you in the supplement market, it's exploding, but it's also exploding with new offers every month, and companies coming with huge marketing budgets. So who's your target customer, and how do you convince them that they need this product rather than any of the hundreds of other supplement products on the market?
Okay, so at this moment in the States, you can see gigantic companies that have saturated electrolyte powders. And why do people buy them the most? It's the wellness and the lifestyle we're selling. Electrolyte, Gatorade, Aquarius, you can't be drinking every day. It's not for when you're gonna drink, it's when you do sports or when you drink or whatever, but this one is for every day. This is to have in your work, to drink in your morning before leaving your house. It's for your everyday. So it's more about lifestyle than anything else.
Thank you.
Hello, could we talk about the formulation bit? Is that what the price is based upon? Why are you cheaper? Like, what is the magic here?
Than the big companies like Electrolyte is because we don't have the heavy water-based bottles. So you don't have to buy water, you don't have to transport water. It's just way easier. This formulation is just powder. So there you have already half of the price. And going a little bit more into the formulation, we have a key partner in our lab, that's NutriLab in Medellin, who they helped us develop the formula with the best nutritional advice and a natural ingredient. So actually the sweetener is a natural protein that the name is taumatina, I'm not sure the English name. So it's all about being healthy, being wellness, and all about the lifestyle.
Thank you.
Growing an e-commerce business requires capital, but in Mexico, not all founders have access to flexible financing options. Our next startup is using data to change that. Please welcome on stage, Revelo.
Right, I want you to meet Jimena Urrutia. She is the founder of Corazón Moreno, a Shopify store based in Guadalajara, Mexico, that last year was selling more than $4,000 a week. They had 300 customers on the waiting list, yet no money to buy inventory or material. So Jimena went to a bank, she asked for a loan, but the loan got rejected. It got rejected because she doesn't have a good enough credit score. She doesn't have more than 2 years of operation or any physical assets to use as collateral. Her business is digital. What began as her best season ended up being her last. Jimena represents e-commerce in Mexico, a segment that over the past 5 years has grown 246%. Meanwhile, their financing options have just grown 30%. This is the unattended market that we aim to tackle, a market that is comprised of 150,000 commerces in the nation, 7,500 of them meeting our minimum criteria for a phase 1 launch. So once we understood there is a need and a market looking for a solution, we asked ourselves, if Jimena doesn't meet the bank requirements, what can she provide instead? And the answer is in the nature of her business. She's an e-commerce. We can connect to her API. From here, we can extract key information such as historical sales, inventory levels, return rates, and even customer reviews. Key information that traditional banks do not use, but we do. We are Revlo, a modern financing solution that actually keeps up with e-commerce. So we designed a 5-step simple solution. To begin, you just need to connect your store in 3 clicks. Once connected, we extract 11 key metrics that will be used for scoring our customers. And based on this scoring, we can make them an offer in just 2 to 3 minutes. If they accept the offer, we can fund them in 24 hours. It's a fast process. But the best part is we never ask for physical collateral. Our customers are digital and we know that. What we do instead is we connect directly to their bank accounts and automatically collect a percentage of every sale they make. To validate the idea, we launched an MVP, a live site where real merchants would go in and request the funding. We measured friction in 3 critical steps. The first one, would they connect their store? Second one, would they accept our pricing? And third one, would they link their bank accounts? These are the results. 8% of all our visitors connected their accounts, 3% accepted pricing, and 0.75% of them completed the funnel, meaning that we got 5 customers on the waiting list asking for $100,000 in just 2 weeks.
As you see, the process is very simple. We take those 100K, we give it to our clients, they grow, and we take a percentage of their sales. However, there are 3 fundamental pillars for our business to work. Number 1, the origination. 80% of our customers will come from the strategic partnerships. That means lower risk and lower acquisition cost. Number 2, the underwriting. While traditional lenders ask themselves, why not? We ask, how do we make it happen? And number 3, the repayment. Being directly integrated into our customers' points of sale makes the collection fast and quick. This will translate into capital that moves fast, repays itself, and compounds. And that's our number 1 advantage. What does it mean? The WAL, or weighted average life, measures how fast the capital turns in a year. While traditional lenders turn their capital around 1.6 times, Revlo does it 3 times. Why? Because we collect daily through every sale that our customers made. That means that with the same capital, we have double the return. Here is where we're standing right now. This is a signed letter of intent from Pioneer, a NASDAQ-listed company with over 5 million customers worldwide. Pioneer has just entered Mexico, and they want Revlo to be their key financing partner. This opens the door to almost 13,000 potential customers, the data, and a fast-tracking pipeline. How does it work? We work separately, we take the risk, and we tackled every Pioneer client with around 1 million in monthly sales. The revenue-based financing is a proven model. Competitors such as PayPal, Shopify, and Clearco have demonstrated strong economics at scale. Yet, there's no one big player entering the Mexican e-commerce SME that we are targeting. Revlo brings a proven model to a non-served market. Our team has lived and worked across Latin America, 2 of us in Mexico. We understand the market, and we have the financial, technical, and commercial knowledge to make this happen. Today, we are raising $380K to get our first meaningful milestone. That is the product launch and first Pioneer client served. Meet Revlo, the first financial solution for the Mexican e-commerce. Thank you.
Hello, team. Thank you for the pitch. I wanted to go deeper into the risk modeling that you guys are approaching here. And based on this, have you explored what happened to Ritmo here in Spain? Like, have you looked into that?
Ritmo?
Yes.
Ritmo, yeah.
No, I don't know.
So part of what Ritmo did is they raised $200 million in a single round. They didn't have the speed to allocate that budget. So when you have stationary money, you stop earning. What we are doing is doing batches where we can first give an advancement to one customer. As he starts paying, we give a second advancement to a smaller customer, and then a third one. Doing this by batches forbids it from accumulating and having stationary money.
And the risk modeling, what is it based on? Do you have history here?
Yeah, the risk model is based on these 11 metrics that we can export from the API from this online Shopee. And we give it a special weight. Then we categorize them into, how do I go back? Bueno, sorry. Then we categorize them into 5 different tiers. Those tiers have a special weight on them. And depending on these metrics, we give them there a multiple and a period of repayment.
This is how we allocate our customers based on the risk.
There are 5 different tiers, depending on their metrics. They have a different access to different multiples and a different access to different factor of cost. The important thing here is that the first two tiers, that is A and B, are the ones that are going to be the most on our portfolio, at least at first. Then it would be B and C. It depends on the risk, on the level of risk that they are having. But since most of them comes from the partnerships, like we are able to tackle there are customers that already have traction. There are no customers that are unproved.
Can I ask how the auto collection will work? Do you enter into agreements with the banks, or how does that work?
In Mexico, we use SPAY, which is basically an automated debiting. I'm not sure if you're familiarized with automated clearinghouse, but it's a way in which we can set a percentage. In this case, it's going to be close to 10%. And automatically, every time they receive money into their accounts, we debit it into our accounts. The repayment is automatic, and therefore the default rate is minimal.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Every producer wants clarity. Most early film projects start in chaos. Dion is building structure around creativity. Welcome on stage.
Hello, everyone. We're Gonzalo and Olivia, and we're here to present Dion. Personally, I've been working for the film industry for several years now, but it wasn't until I started working as assistant director to a filmmaker in LA that I realized something. Indeed, if your film turns out to be something completely different to what you imagined, or completely fails during production, it isn't because of your camera, and it isn't because of your actors. It's because your organization prior to production was completely unorganized. And this production is completely essential. If you don't believe us, believe them. For those unaware of film language, this is called pre-production. Pre-production encompasses everything from getting the idea up until the process of taking and shooting with a camera. So basically, we have writing our script, generating mood boards, storyboards, scheduling, and finally, pitching to producers to get that investment. And if this is not organized, it can have severe economic impact. Here, we can see that both small independent production companies and big established Hollywood giants suffer from this. But now, why is pre-production so difficult? Well, we have identified 4 main problems. The first problem is that creative and structural issues are found too late. Normally, when someone's writing a script, they may not be aware of there being plot points that are missing, character arcs are incomplete, and the pacing's just completely out of order. Currently, there are no tools to flag this. Tools are another of the issues we found. Right now, everything is completely fragmented. I can have my storyboard in one place, my script someplace else, and my scheduling in a folder in my old computer. And if I want to change something, I need to manually change it in every single location, which just takes time. Time that filmmakers really don't have. Nowadays, they are expected to deliver faster and more, which really reduces the amount of time for pre-production, increasing the risk of failure. Finally, the last issue we found is that at the end, filmmakers, they're creative individuals. They think emotionally. So how would you translate, I want this to feel intense with a tiny bit of solitude into, okay, what camera am I going to use? What lens? What framing? What color scheme? There's a real translation gap for the team. And that's where Dion comes in.
Dion is an intelligent pre-production workflow that divides this whole process into 4 different aspects. The first one, being the most important one, is writing. So now you upload your script and we analyze it. After we understand your script, we're going to use a Socratic AI, therefore, which means that we're going to ask you questions and then give you advice about how we believe that you could improve this script. Now, at no point are we going to write the story for you, because we're not here to replace creativity. We're here to enhance it. After that, we have visualizing, which is quite simple. Once we understand your story, we want to understand how you want to express it to the world, how people want to see it. So we translate your words into a vision so that producers and investors understand what you want to accomplish. After that, we have planning. Well, we know your story. We know how you want it to look. Then we're going to help you with the scheduling, budgeting, and scouting. And finally, we'll help with exporting. Exporting is vital because many creative people have really good ideas, but they find it really difficult to express. Now, we have 2 different kinds of competitors. We have basically fragmented tools that, as we said, it takes too much time to jump from tool to tool, and therefore it's bad. And then we have workflows. The workflows may look similar to us at the beginning, but they lack the creative and basically the intelligent environment that we support. Now, the really good news is that Spain is the 2nd biggest audiovisual hub in Europe, right after Germany. So basically, we're in a really good starting point. We have 2 different business models. The first one is for individual filmmakers. That is, starts at 50 euros a month. And then for enterprises, we have a custom pricing. The custom pricing is basically because they may require different kind of... Yes. And then finally, we have, this is our strategy timeline. So basically, on the last few months, we've finished our MVP. We have selected feedback, selected users give us feedback, and therefore we improved our MVP. And we started talking with independent filmmakers and also film schools. In the following months and the following year, we'd like to start talking basically and being implemented in this industry. And lastly, we'll go to festivals partnerships to build up credibility. After we have enough credibility in the market, we'd like to scale up and start working with big producer companies. Thank you very much. We're Dion, and we're here to make films succeed even before the cameras start rolling.
Hi guys, congratulations. The platform looks amazing. But can you tell us more about the money? How many filmmakers do you need to be profitable?
Okay.
Okay, so right now, the model, the MVP is working. The thing that's right now, it's tough. We don't really have a price for our product. So we've talked to them and we've presented the idea, and people have given us ranges from, okay, I'll pay 400 euros per month for this, and others which maybe smaller production companies range into like 150 euros. So basically, we wouldn't really need those many filmmakers. The only costs that we have are really the cost of the cloud as well as the AI credits. And with 50 filmmakers, we definitely break even.
Hello, Tim. I was wondering, regarding the competitors that you showed for other tools, what is the maturity of these projects? Are they incumbents already in the market, like making huge profits from this, or are they just showing up now?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
So the maturity of the competitors, how long have they been around in the market and the tools?
Okay, so pre-production has been around for quite a long time. Sorry. as well, so there's quite a few competitors. Now, the main thing is that most of them aren't really adapting into this new market, right? So we didn't explain it before, but basically when we talk about the market, right now, the implementation of AI in the audiovisual sector is growing a lot. And something that we notice is that people have been established for so long that they become comfortable. They're not really adapting into this new market. That's why when we talked about different kind of competitors, we have the fragmented tools, you know, like jumping from tool to tool, and you lose time. But then you also have the workflows. These workflows do not have the, let's say, AI that we're using, this creative and intelligent environment. So basically, yeah, no one's really adapting, and we are kind of like first implementers into this.
Yes, and to add on to that, basically, we've built the platform communicating directly with filmmakers, so we've really constructed it tailored to them, because right now, we see that they're really not using any tools. So basically, we are very tailored for them. They don't think about other competitors. They only see us because they have that connection.
One thing I want to say is that although there may be other competitors, people don't really know much about them. For example, we talked with a director that made a Patria, Oscar Pedraza, I believe, and he was really excited when he heard this idea, and he said, as we talked about before, that if Dion allowed him to reduce his work for like 40 or 50%, he'd be happy to pay, for example, $300 a month.
Thank you, guys.
El tiempo ha sido rapidísimo.
Every hour spent on admin work is an hour not spent growing the business. Olivio Labs is trying to change that and give you more time. Welcome on stage.
Hello, everyone. Your business is losing revenue every single day, and you probably don't have the tools to fix it. From the survey we had with small to medium business owners, they all shared the same problem. They are overworked.
Small businesses lose up to 30% of revenue from misleads and manual operations. And this revenue isn't lost in a crisis. It leaks out day to day. And that's why we built Olivio Labs.
Meet Olivio. We run the background so you can run the actual business. What can Olivio do? He can talk to your customers, run your operations, and he catches what you'd miss. It's not a tool, it's not just a dashboard, it's the future of how businesses are run. So what you see here is what our pilot client, Pomona Club, sees every day. So they see their analytics, which is connected to their Instagram and their WhatsApp. They see their insights. And this is the Olivio operations room. They see their agents work live.
And this isn't hypothetical. Right now, we're working with 3 businesses. Pomona Club, a boutique gym here in Madrid. Olivio is helping them answer 47 messages a day automatically, helping with outreach, bookings, and giving them insights on their business. Their front desk workload is down 40%. Genco Labs, a toxicology lab in the US, Olivio is helping them with consumables, tracking against different vendors and buying when the price is the cheapest. They're saving $15K. And Suhaki & Sons is a civil construction company in the US, and Olivio is helping them with bid prep. Bids used to take 40 hours, now they can take 15. Their win rate is up 40%. Now let's hear from our pilots.
They own a toxicology lab. I basically do all the sales, marketing, customer service. There's never enough time in the day for me to get all of this done. Very hard and things do fall through the cracks. Once we brought in Olivio, really helped us. It worked in the background, enabled us to do things much more efficiently, creating a lot of value for our company. We're looking forward to continuing.
I work in a lab. I also work in a lab. Before Olivio, we were always running out of something. Sometimes we were ordering things on Amazon because we had to, never knowing the best price, but we didn't have a choice. Now, Olivio tracks everything and just handles it. Olivio just does it. It reorders before we even run out. Olivio is saving tons of money. We didn't even know we were losing.
I'm Carlos. This is Pomona Club, the gym with juice bar that I founded with my 2 brothers. And I love Olivio. It's super efficient and it's helping us a lot to sell more.
It helps a lot keeping clients satisfied. We saved like maybe 200 euros. Olivio has brought us at least 46 clients.
Olivio works for me.
Yeah, we love Olivio.
Olivio makes my day easier.
Olivio works for me.
I love Olivio. Olivio Labs.
Olivio Labs.
You heard it here. Same workflows, different industries. And here's how we scale. When we crack one vertical, it unlocks everything else. Gyms unlock salons and spas, labs unlock medical and dental clinics, and construction unlocks electrical and plumbing. The last time businesses changed this fast, we called it the internet. This time, it's AI, and it's moving faster. We have 17 industries or businesses already on our wait list across our 3 verticals, and they've already said yes, and they're just waiting for us to be ready.
Now, giants are validating our thesis. So first we see the competitor analysis. We are one of the first movers in this industry. So all you see here are startups. Now for the big tech, I want to talk about NVIDIA's keynote that happened 2 days ago. NVIDIA CEO said that OpenClaw, the technology we're using, is the computer of our generation. And we agree with this. But we own the segment they can't. We are the SMB employee. Now for the market, it's huge. All right, we can see 1.5 billion euros only in our 3 starting verticals, which is gym, construction, and labs. Imagine the rest.
Now for the go-to-market. In months 1 through 6, we're starting with the warm network, our friends and family and the people that trust us enough to let us in. In months 7 through 12, we're focusing on mastering those workflows and building case studies. And then in month 13 onwards, we're going vertical by vertical and dominating each one.
For the pricing, it's very simple. You start free and you upgrade as automation expands. So you have 3 tiers, the free, the pro, the max, each one having more benefits than the other. Now, we saw that we can achieve a gross margin of 70%. Yes, 70%. And we can break even with only 25 paying clients. We already have 17 in the pipeline. We are the dream team. We have myself, Kate, Tom, who's not here, and Olivia, who's listening. You dream, we think, Olivia delivers.
Now, we know it works. We have 3 clients in 3 industries and real results. Now we're raising $550,000 so we can become the platform for operations across SMBs everywhere.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the pitch. Why are you putting companies on the wait list?
Because we have more capacity, or we have more demand than capacity. We can't handle it. We only have 1 engineer, and we want to master these 3 workflows before we start experimenting more.
So you're building it like tailor-made, or?
Yes, kind of.
Well, so do you want to hear about the technology behind it, or?
Sure.
So basically, we're using OpenClaw, the open source thing for agents, and what we're doing is we're putting it into cloud. So one cloud can hold up to 10 to 15 tenants. So all we have to do is just press a button, a new client comes in. But the thing is, it's still a little bit hard to, if we have more than 10 clients, then we have to find a way to make all this workflow. So we're working on this. This is why it's like tailor-made.
Hello, guys. Nice project. My question is about this kind of client, because they usually don't have a very good process, and the onboarding process, I think, is the bottleneck of this kind of businesses. What do you think about this, and what you learned until now?
So we want to talk about the gym, Pomona Club. So their initial problem was that the front desk is overloaded with too many messages from clients, from people who ask questions about when are you guys open, what classes do you have? So this is the work we took off their hands. This doesn't need really the presence in the gym. So this is what we started with. Now we're doing their marketing. And this, you also don't need presence. And it's looking good.
How long did it take to build one agent? And how long, as well, on top of his question, was the onboarding process?
Right. So to build one agent, you're not actually building an agent. You're giving an agent what he has to do, who he works for, and then what's the KPI he has to reach. So for example, for our first client, which was also Pomona, we took like 2 to 3 days to actually give them something that works. The onboarding process, which is a very good question, we're doing manually. But later, there's going to be an agent that does that for them.
Right now, for the lab and the construction company, it's about a 2-week process for the onboarding. It's a little more difficult than the gym because they have very basic things they need done. It's been discovery sessions and figuring out where we can help them, building it, trying it.
And this goes back to once you get one thing right, you get all the verticals.
Thank you, guys.
We want to say thank you to all the amazing startups that pitched tonight. Those were some really amazing pitches.
The jury will now leave the room and deliberate on today's Venture Day winners. While we wait, let's take a moment to reflect on tonight. We've heard incredible pitches from teams all chasing the same goal, to build the next great startup. What you've accomplished over these past months is truly remarkable. The progress, the ideas, and especially the courage it takes to step on this stage and share them.
But before we move forward, let's take a special moment to recognize all the people who made Venture Day 2026 possible. Please join me in giving a big round of applause.
And now it's time for you, the audience, to get involved. Please welcome on stage Cristina Bejarano, the Associate Director at the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center here at IE, and she will give you the chance to vote your favorite startup of the night. Let's welcome her on stage.
So while our jury deliberates, we want to give the power over to you. So get your phones ready, and if you please, scan the QR code and vote for your favorite startup of the day. So while you wait, while you vote, I'll hand the stage to Henry Bradford, who is the Vice Dean for the Bachelor in Business and Administration. Welcome, Henry.
Thank you. Congratulations. I want to know who's come from Master's Program. Raise your hand. And what about Bachelor Program? Great. And BBA? Oh, great, amazing. I am amazed about what we saw today. I don't know what do you think, Chris, but it's amazing, it's impressive, the pitches that you did. You present huge projects. You are in the line to become the next unicorn from Spain and from IE. And I think that all of the people involved in this event deserve a very big applause. So Paris and the rest of the team, congratulations.
And then also a huge applause to our MCs, who are also Bachelor in Business and Masters in Management as well.
And to Borja and Irina, because they inspire everyone in this room. So thank you, Borja and Irina.
And now we'd like to welcome Paris to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to be very brief. I just want to introduce someone that's very special to us in the Entrepreneurship Center. The real people that get a lot of the work done around here are the students that are part of the entrepreneurship clubs. And this president of the undergraduate entrepreneurship club has done amazing things since she's become president. And I think we've only seen the beginnings. The best is yet to come. And so, as I like to say always, the world has two types of people: Monday people and Friday people. I hope every entrepreneur is a Monday person, because you're looking forward to Mondays, because Friday people hate what they do. And this person that I'm going to introduce is definitely a Monday person. Join me in welcoming Aradni.
Hey everyone, my name is Ariadne and I'm the president of the IE Entrepreneurship Club. I want to ask you a question. Have you ever wanted to start something, but you just weren't feeling too ready? Yes, no? Yes, okay, good. So that's how I was feeling when I first came to IE. I feel like that's a very common feeling, especially when you're young, starting your bachelor's. And so I decided to join this community, the IE Entrepreneurship Club. I didn't need experience, I didn't need a team, I didn't need skills, I just needed to be curious. So I decided to apply. This club has been one of my highlights of my experience here at IE. So what do? It's very simple. We create events for you guys. We're a student-led community that creates events of all kind. So we have our flagship event of the year, which is the IE Entrepreneurship Summit, happening every January and bringing a day full of entrepreneurship, from workshops to competitions to pitches to startup fairs, just giving exposure to as many students as possible. And also we always bring a founder of a unicorn to learn more information about how to get there. Aside from that, we do smaller events throughout the year, like the Startup Sprint, for example, where you can build a startup in 48 hours with our guidance, mentors, and workshops guiding you through it. Aside from that, throughout the year, we do different kinds of events like panels, speed networking, where you can meet your future co-founder or just meet other like-minded individuals that you might have not been able to meet in your degree. And we also do events like Battle of Ideas, which is pitching your startup in a more informal setting, or simple workshops or flash mentorships like the one that we have tomorrow. So if you're curious and you want to learn more and you want to start from somewhere smaller, we're here for you. We are the biggest club at IE with over 9,200 members, grew by 3,000 members in the past year, did over 20 events throughout the entire 1.5 year that we've been with our new team. And we just want to have you here, connect with us. And if you already have a startup, we're still here to support you. We send our weekly newsletter where we feature a startup every week, and the 9,300 members that we have open this, so it's a great opportunity to get more exposure. The newsletter also goes to alumni, so if someone is working as an investor, it could get you a lot of good exposure. So if you're interested in learning more, you can approach me during the networking, and the Entrepreneurship Center will also send the link to our club's resources for you to become a member and stay up to date with our upcoming events. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so I know you all realized, but didn't tell me, the crowd vote was not working, but it is working now. So please go ahead and resubmit your vote, or well, submit your vote for the first time, please. And then I'll welcome the MC so we can hear about your favorite startup.
So who do we think is going to win tonight? Okay, I want to hear Maneuver. The claps. What about Kitco FC? Who else is there? What about Reblo? But I think... What? Which one was that again? Grupo Sentir? Okay, I want to hear Maneuver again.
That's the whole left side, yeah.
I think they're a bit louder. I don't know.
Who was the close competitor?
What?
What's that?
Dion.
Dion.
Let's give it up for Dion. We're missing Postal Chimp. There. We need energy to push the nonprofits. What about 1LP? Okay, our jury is coming back. So one last time, the competition is within Kitco FC. Or Maneuver. Okay. A big round of applause for Maneuver, everyone. Oh, the truth.
Maneuver. Okay. And now that the jury has returned, we can commence with what we've all been waiting for, the awards ceremony.
To present the awards, please welcome on stage Juan José Güemes, Paris de Letras, María Hernández Díaz, Cristina Bejarano, and Nicole Rosso.
Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Sorry, I forgot.
Can we have a drum roll, please?
We're going this way.
We're going which way?
Up, down.
Here, to the first.
Yeah.
So, the first one.
Lucky roll. They already know it. Ultimate Cheer Squad Award. Maneuver.
Okay, the next prize is for the crowd favorite based on the QR code now. And the crowd favorite is Kitco.
Okay, so undergrads. So the best startup from undergrads prize comes to which one? Any guess? Kudai.
Everybody needs somebody.
Sometimes I feel sweet little death inside when I wanna make little more. I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you.
Okay, so the next award goes to the best SST startup team, which means a startup from the School of Science and Technology. Can I hear the drums for this one? Yeah. So the best SST startup team goes to Olivia Labs. I've gotta be cool, relax, yeah. Get on my track, take a back seat at night. Take a long ride on my motorbike until I'm ready.
Okay, so the next prizes for the business school from the meme program goes to Maneuver.
Walking on sunshine, yeah, yeah. Walking on sunshine, oh yeah. I feel love, I feel love, I feel love, it's really rich. Feel love, I feel love, I feel love, I feel rich. Walking on sunshine, oh yeah. Walking on the sunshine. I feel love, I feel love, I feel love, it's really rich. Feel love, I feel love, I feel love. Oh yeah.
Okay, another one for the business school for the best startup from the IMBA program goes to Kitco. Well, I know Mrs. Jones, seen her down the track, left home with her family and she won't be coming back without love. Well, would you be right now? Without love.
Okay, so next is the Sustainability Startup Award, and the award goes to Vayu.
Okay, and now we've got the most important awards of the day. Third, second, and first place. Let's have a drum roll.
Drum roll.
So the third place goes to 1LP.
Just bring it down a volume.
And now, the award for the second place of this year's Venture Lab, Venture Day, goes to Kubi.
Shake it up, baby, now. Twist and shout. Come, 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 baby, down. Come on and rock it on down. You know you twist so good. You know you twist so far. You really got me going now. When you stretch your mind. Shake it up, baby, now. Twist and shout. Bum, 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 baby, now. Come on and work it on out. You know you twist so good. You know you twist so fine. You really got me going now. When you know that you're
One more. What do we do for that? Right now. Oh yeah, la banda, la banda.
And the winner of this 32 edition of Venture Days is Reblo! And there is a new prize this year for the mentor who has mentored the winner team. Please, Adam, can you join us? Adam Ramos? Oh, he's in Mexico. What should we do with this? Okay, Adam, wherever you are, congratulations. A big hand for Adam.
All right, guys. So, before we go, just one quick minute. We want to give a big hand of applause to the people that have made this possible today. So let's start with our fellows, please. A big hand. Let's give a big hand to our speakers here today. To the jury, please, to the jury. To Maria. To Christina. To Nahid. To Carmen Corrais. And to the person that makes all of this possible, our fearless chairman, Juanjo Güemes. So, in the Spanish tradition, there's an open bar outside. We'll see you there.
Still a fan, even though I salty. Hate to see you with some other bro, know you happy. Hate to see you happy when I'm not the one driving. I'm so mature, I'm so mature.